to any
You
who
could
may
have gotten
hear
Victoria
this
to vote
message.
in the yearlies instead.
What did he say?
Victoria could have been voting in Taylor's
Someone
place.
mixed up Taylor. The Little Caesars guy mixed up Taylor's order with some girl named Victoria, and I kind of wish we had Victoria here.
Ooh. What do you think Victoria's ideas on anime filmmaking might be?
I don't know. That's why I'm interested.
Well, here's the deal, right?
Exactly the same
Victoria.
way.
This means Victoria gets my order, and I just hope she's very happy because my order is better than hers.
What if she is also doing a separate ranking of anime films with her friends and is complaining about?
I would feel so bad for them.
It's a bizarro universe.
I love the I love the idea that there is a gender swapped yearlies out there.
All I want to do is I want to find whoever is the Jordan of Victoria's yearlies and maybe see if he wants to go on a date.
I would
wait,
never
does that
want to
mean-
date myself. That would be horrible.
I would, because nobody else seems to get me.
Does that mean my gender bent self got Taylor's order, and Taylor got my gender bent
Well,
self
okay, so
order?
we've gone from this is a Freaky Friday situation where Taylor swapped bodies to we're living in two alternate dimensions where one Little Caesar's pizza can deliver to two separate dimensions.
Well, okay. To be fair, I wasn't trying to make a Freaky Friday reference. I was trying to make a Your Name reference.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I said like. the
I'm
sequel to
sorry,
Your
Mick.
Name.
You have to understand that I would never, ever, ever believe that you would voluntarily choose to reference your name.
Why?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
I don't know.
do it in
Maybe
this.
because when we first submitted, Jordan, can you send the quote?
I was literally about to say, "Is this you?" Show his quote.
It's you.
Yeah.
So let me so I do want to clarify something. Question. Do you guys want me to give my actual opinions, or do you want me to be like the yearly's character, Mick?
I want you to give your actual opinions. That's what the yearlies is.
Throw a little bit of character.
And that, Mick,
goes in the
Mick,
edit.
Mick, to quote you, we're sharing our opinions.
Throw
Yeah.
a little bit of character in, a sprinkle, if you will.
I'll do both. I'll express I'll express the over the top exaggerated version of Mick's opinions, and then I'll tone it down and give my actual thoughts.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So we're getting two Micks. This is the one alternate Mick, and then the original Mick.
One that likes things and one
Two
that does not.
mix, one
Oh no!
family.
Even the Mick that is the non-exaggerated Mick still doesn't like things.
Oh, you know what's crazy to me is the idea that there are two yearlies out there, and one of them is a gender swap version, but both of them have Mick.
Mick is eternal and inevitable.
Some things are just too consistent to give up.
I'm like Hawkman.
Yes.
So
never
does
die.
hold on.
In every
I have
universe.
I have a lore question then. Does that mean Mick is cheating on us with another yearlies, or does
No,
that
no,
mean
no,
that
it's a
there's
different Mick.
separate Mick walking around?
No,
It's a
it's the
different
same. I mean, it's an alternate Mick, but it's like it's still Mick. He's from an alternate dimension, but it's still you.
This is just the plot.
Everything.
Whereas we're all gender swap, Mick is still exactly the same.
So that means whoever's hosting the Filmlies should. Wait a minute. I'm hosting the Filmlies. That means.
Oh my God.
Ooh, and welcome to the Filmlies.
This is your first time hosting the Filmlies. Should your chant
It
be
is.
different
I
than
usually-
the yearlies? Like when we do yearlies, it gets gruffer and gruffer, but for Filmlies, should it get higher and higher?
Look, I'm already pretty high. So,
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm sober. Anyway, this Filmlies concerns anime filmmaking, usually from Japan.
Not
I'm
Ghibli.
hosting this one because I haven't seen enough anime films, but these five gentlemen have. And they are going
I
to
did
be...
not say that, but
Jordan
You've seen more
refuses to
than me.
watch anything in
That's fair.
Japanese. That's not true.
No, that's
a
not
terrible.
true. That's not true. I actually watched a movie on this bracket with y'all before it was dubbed. And,
Yes.
yeah. I mean, I can read pretty damn
But
well,
you watched
so...
a couple
I just-
of the movies on here.
Usually when we do these, I try and watch as many of them as possible. I didn't do that for this one. I'm going in as blind as many of the people in the audience. But,
Can I ask you one thing?
yes.
Where does that quote come from? Chosen one. More like the Frozen one.
Take
That
a wild
comes
guess.
Frozen?
No.
No, it's. Can I say it?
Imagine.
Mick, I think you have to say it now.
It's from the Pokemon movie.
Mm-hmm.
Are you kidding me?
I
Yeah,
believe
Ash,
kidding.
Ash is going, yeah, you're right, I can do it. I'm the chosen one. Right now, I feel more like the frozen one.
Yep.
Yeah.
What a movie.
The one line I remembered from an anime film.
Okay,
It was
yeah, but
that
that's not as good though, because it stings a lot harder if it's like got an antagonistic someone like, okay, like if you were watching Yu-Gi-Oh and Eric Stewart as Kaiba was like chosen one, more like frozen one, would you not cream?
I
wouldn't.
cringe more than anything because
Victoria
that's not
might, but I
something
wouldn't.
Tyler would say.
God.
Oh my god! All right, we have
Victoria
some
is
honorable
probably
mentions.
a very nice lady. Let's just assume she's having a great
I'm
time
sure
tonight.
she's rad as hell, and hopefully has an interest in tall fellas with long hair. Anyway,
Why
Why are you trying to seduce Taylor's feminine alter ego?
We are
Because
flirting with hypothetical parallel universe versions of ourselves.
seeing
Guys, it's so over for us.
She must have really good taste.
Listen,
Can I just say,
let's
this is-
let's look at
yeah.
let's look at the facts. What do we know? She likes Mountain Dew.
Oh, never mind. I'm out.
she orders
That's
and
the
she's ordering Little Caesars on a Saturday night.
Yeah, probably not my.
I
thing.
ordered Little Caesars on a Saturday night.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
I
you're
know.
cool. I know you're cool.
No, you're cool.
All right, honorable mentions. I'm supposed to pick someone to go first
Actually,
in
can I
this one,
start?
right? Oh, I picked you, Christian. You made it easy for me.
Yes, thank you for picking me. You know, I should have spoken up about wanting to go first, but you graciously picked me to go first, and for that I'm eternally grateful. I just want to start off with a couple of things. First of all, this Filmlies, for me at least, has been a year in the making. So when we first had the idea, back when this was originally going to be the Ghibli and anime film Filmlies,
Yeah.
I had about 3 movies, exactly 3 movies to submit, and I knew 2 of them were going to get compromised. So I was like, okay, this is, I don't know if I can do this. But then I was like, no, what if I just watch a shit ton of anime movies? And
Yeah, that
so
usually works.
I watched, over the course of a year, almost 40 anime movies for this bracket.
Nice.
And it was a lot of fun going through letterboxed rabbit holes and weird-ass corners of the internet trying to find the most obscure pieces of Japanese animated media. My honorable mentions, I wrote down notes and I grouped movies together so I could get through this faster. So let's head right into it. Honorable. Where's my fucking show entries? Not shows. These aren't fucking shows. Honorable
The
mentions.
movies.
A Silent Voice is on the bracket. Wolf Children's on the bracket. Ghost in the Shell and Angel's Eggs are both these confusing... Angel's Egg.
Angel's Egg.
It's a long day. Are both confusing films by Mamoru Oshii, who has this like amazing art design in his movies and also deals with a lot of existential Christian allegories as well. Ghost in the Shell is like super duper like what is life, and Angel's Egg is apparently sort of like this Noah's Ark parallel. They're both really, really good. I don't know what either of them exactly mean, but I enjoy them as pieces of art. They are incredibly cool.
Incidentally, if you've played Dark Souls 3, there is a lot of references to Angel's Egg in Dark Souls 3.
Angel's Egg is in particular is a really good one because it's one of the quietest movies I've ever seen. Because when anyone talked, it jump scared me. It was crazy.
Wow.
Memories is an anime, somewhat horror anthology. I picked this one up because apparently the person who animated Akira, one of the people who animated Akira, did shorts for this. And only the first short's really horror, and then the second short's about a smelly guy who smells bad. And then I don't even know what to say about the third one. It's weird. Sword of the Stranger and Promare are my dumb action picks. They have amazing animation, but their stories are kind of bare bones. If you like dogs with swords, then you'll love Sword of the Stranger. And if you like firebending twinks, then you'll love Promare. If you like
Promare is how it's pronounced?
I'm almost positive, but I couldn't.
I've only ever seen it written, so I always assumed it was Promare. But
I mean, sure.
You might be right. I don't know. I haven't seen the movie.
I'm a stupid American.
Promare was great in Until Dawn.
It's so true. But yeah, if you like both of those things, then go nuts. These are both up your alley.
Nope, you're correct. I checked it out. The Japanese pronunciation is Puromea.
Let's go. Junkhead and Tamala 2010, A Punk Cat in Space are the weirdest fuck pics that I found in the deepest, darkest corners of Letterboxd.
Christian, I wasn't looking right at your entries. I thought you said Jughead, like from the Archies, and I'm like, dude, did
I was
Archie
thinking the same
comics
thing.
in an anime? I have to see this.
But if you were about to say that Jughead is very similar to the stop-motion film Mad God, I would say absolutely. It is a stop-motion.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say because I feel like I remembered seeing them mentioned together, and so I was like, wait, is it the same person?
Yeah.
I didn't know the Mad God guy was Japanese.
I actually, I like Jughead a little more. It's a bit sillier and has like a full plot to it. But a lot of people do say it's the Japanese version of Mad God. Tamla 2010 is this disturbing Flash animated fever dream, but if you want to see a chibi designed cat say, "Later, you anaconda bitch," then maybe you should check it out.
Incidentally, second Japanese property I know of where Colonel Sanders is a major character.
Wait,
Oh
you're
my
talking...
stars.
Oh my god.
Tamala 2010.
Yeah, I know. How did you know? Do you know this thing?
I know of it.
What? You have
Dude, Mick
surprised
is the
me.
obscure one.
Incidentally, the other Japanese property is there's a book Kafka on the Shore by Haruki Murakami, and yeah, there's a character who shows up and he calls himself Colonel Sanders and he just quotes Pink Floyd and drinks Fanta.
You know what? Goals.
Inuo is a Masaki Yuasa movie, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, who has a movie on this bracket as well. This is a rock opera set in feudal Japan, and that's all I really need to say. I tried my hand at a couple of anime romance movies, one of which is Christian, which is on the bracket, and the other is Josie the Tiger and the Fish.
Wait, Christian's on the bracket?
Yeah, it's right. It's in that, well, we'll get to it when we get to it.
We'll get to it.
Wait, hang on. I'm being gaslit, and I need to see what the joke is.
Josie the Tiger and the Fish surprised me because it's an anime
We'll
romance that has a lot of cliches to it, but I still found it really cute and enjoyable.
I've seen Josie and the Tiger and the Fish. I am a big fan of that one. I think it's very sweet and wholesome, and it's a good time.
Wholesome is a very good word to describe it. I think you can make a great Triforce of depressing Japanese World War II animated movies with Grave of the Fireflies, Barefoot Gen, and In This Corner of the World.
You're so right.
That is such a specific Triforce.
I know. Grave is easily the most depressing. Barefoot Gen gave me nightmares, and In This Corner of the World is a little bit of both.
Is it Gen and not Jen?
I don't know. I think.
You know what, guys? I think I've realized if we're gonna be correct in our pronunciations, we're gonna be all night.
Yeah.
True.
Just go with your gut.
Is it pronounced Mick or Mike?
Okay.
And
I'm not
Interstellar 5555, the 5 Tori of the 5 Ekrit 5 Tar 5 istem, is
nice.
A really
Is that not
long...
pronounced the story of the Secret Stars?
Yes, it's true. It's true. This is a Daft Punk music video that's about an hour long. If you like Daft Punk, then you're gonna love this. If you don't like Daft Punk, I don't know what you're gonna get out of this. If you're like me and you didn't
Why are you even watching?
Is it Daft Punk or Daft Punk?
If you're like me and you didn't really have an opinion on Daft Punk before this point, you might find out you might be a Daft Punk fan. So, who knows?
Question, real quick. This is the one that's like the movie version of the album Discovery, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
it's the one with One More Time.
This is the one with Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger, Digital Love, One More Time.
Exactly.
Aerodynamic.
Yeah, amazing.
That's
okay,
the one.
Cool. I because I've seen music videos that are parts of that movie, pretty much. So
this is an oldie but a goodie. Ringing Bell is a movie made by Sanrio, the Hello Kitty people. And if you had watched this movie, you would have never guessed that, because this is one of those also pretty depressing sort of, I think 80s anime kind of just hopeless cinema. That's my alarm. Hold up.
Is this a little bit like one of those things where like it looks really cute and then it gets dark as fuck?
It gets dark a little too quickly for me to fully believe that, and it doesn't get way too dark. It's more so it is a movie that gives across a very sad message.
So it's kind of in like a Bambi kind of a way.
Yeah, except probably way sadder than Bambi. But it's a cute one. And also a very sad one. I watched another Sanrio movie for this, and it was one of the worst movies I saw for this bracket.
Holy shit!
And then finally, forgive me if I pronounce this incorrectly. That's Tai Suthri Caballerosu. I'm going to give some special mentions to Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods and Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0 Thrice Upon a Time, which are great movies that I can't include for obvious reasons. Nobody's going to watch fucking 400 episodes and 4 other movies to enjoy any of these.
Oh, it's the 3 comic heroes.
I mean, when was this? This was November 16th. This was like, what, 5 months ago I wrote this out, and no one acknowledged that I wrote the 3 caballeros.
Oh, I noticed. I didn't say anything.
I didn't notice because I believed wholeheartedly that you would have watched a movie that was not translated to an English name in the sea of movies you watch. Even as you were pronouncing it, I'm like, this sounds a lot like 3 Caballeros. I wonder if Christian has noticed that. And then I realized, oh, that's because he's doing a bit.
It was definitely the oldest anime movie I watched for this list, but kudos to it because it was a little ahead of its time.
I mean, it's
Not many
probably
anime
in
that have
Japanese somewhere.
Mexican influence.
They probably have it on in Tokyo Disney.
Can I popcorn?
Yeah, popcorn.
Taylor.
Yay! I actually don't get to go last. That doesn't usually happen.
Anyway, fuck you, Mick. no, go.
Popcorn away.
Why me?
Okay.
Don't answer that.
All right, so yeah, holy shit! I can't believe we're doing this, right? Because
Fucking year.
we did wait a long time for this, and God, so many things tried to get in the way, even today.
Yeah, seriously.
But I was one of the people who vouched to do this bracket because when we initially set up brackets, it was going to be a mixture of Ghibli and these, and I'm like, nah, I feel like we need 2 brackets because I know I was kind of the apathetic one during the Ghibli bracket. I like non-Ghibli movies quite a bit more, and I'm very passionate about the ones I do have on. And I found a couple of new, I don't want to say favorites, but ones that I rather enjoyed watching in the whole process of this. So I would say that the whole process of this was a good time. It's the first bracket where I didn't watch everything. I did skip 3 of them, but I have reasons. In any case, my honorable mentions are they're not really in a particular order this time because this was actually, it was a bit tougher for me to get the top 3 in order here. But I think through compromises, I'm actually very happy with what I did manage to get on. But Christian mentioned Jose and the Tiger and the Fish already, so I won't go into depth on that one. And then Tokyo Godfathers is on the bracket. So Mind Game is another Masaki Yuasa piece, and I'm sorry if I butcher any pronunciations today. I really debate. I was very close to putting that one on because Mind Game is a wacky fucking ride with a really, really good ending. It's one of those movies that I feel like has an interesting enough ride and then just has this amazing ending right at the end. And I think the reason it didn't make it on is because I feel like, and I'm gonna say this when we get to Masaki Yuasa pieces later, that sometimes I feel like he can overextend a scene that's unnecessarily long, and Mind Game is kind of the king at doing way too long scenes. I mean, realistically, the movie does not even start until its second act. You could like kind of eliminate the whole first act and not really need to change much. Summer Wars is like Digimon goes to
The hole.
summer.
What?
I know what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I think I can fix it. I've seen this movie. Wait.
It started out making more sense. It's like a guy spends a summer with a girl he likes, and also there's this digital world that they all play in that's probably going to get hacked. I've seen it twice, and I think the fact that I can't sum it up very good is why I didn't make it on.
It's crazy because this is one of 2 movies by Mamoru Hosada about a digital world, and neither of them are Digimon.
I'm not going to go too in depth with this because if I listen to Christian complain about this movie one more time, I'm going to be really fucking annoyed. I really like I Want to Eat Your Pancreas, and it's probably not on here very specifically because Christian is part of this bracket. So that's all you're going to get. Into the Forest of Fireflies Light is a mini movie. It's 45 minutes, and it will make you sad at the end.
I would like to point out that I actually, for the bracket, also watched that.
I hope you enjoyed it, because I don't think it's the greatest movie on here, but I think it's really poignant and does not overstay its welcome, and is a very sweet, wholesome, well, at the same time, super depressing film. Wolf Children's on here. I watched Suzume to see what kind of, because there were a couple movies I wanted to see before I picked my entries, and I wanted to see if Suzume had a chance. Suzume is great. I really enjoyed it. I think I need more time to settle into how I feel about it, and I don't think it's better than the other films on here. So let sleeping dogs lie, so to speak. And then I'm also going to shout out the Dragon Ball Z movies because Battle of Gods, Resurrection F, and the Broly movie are all just fantastic pieces of film that I think extend the reaches of Dragon Ball so much better than any of the many movies had ever done before. But as was the rules kind of denoted by me and Christian together, is that we wanted to kind of do a detachment from franchise-related content here because of the exact reason we don't want to watch hundreds of episodes of a show just to understand a movie.
With a few exceptions, as
well,
you will see.
somehow Mick still got his way, but
Wait, what?
I accept what's on here. Point being, maybe someday we'll do a franchise anime movies. I don't know, with Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. We'll see. It could happen. But it's not going to happen tonight. And by that same logic, I just also want to acknowledge the Osamatsu-san movie, which I realistically could say you don't need the prior experience to watch, honestly, and is a really, really great movie. And I just also need an excuse to say I love Osamatsu-san. So,
yeah.
Hang on, can I just say, I zoned out for a second. What did I win?
A new car!
Like what?
You win Clanky's car.
Oh, come on.
No.
Are you fucking kidding?
Damn.
Man.
All right, Clanky. No, I'm sorry. Your car is taken. You win the other guy's car.
I don't think I want it.
The other guy's car is
No,
total.
Clanky, you can keep your car. I'm saying Mick won too late.
I see.
We have to go with the
No,
prizes that are
seriously. What happened?
Clanky, you've had a rough day. You go next.
Okay. Well, I don't have much to say. Because I'm pretty sure we talked about all of these movies except the last one. So anyway, Suzume is it's a fun romance movie. It's another Makoto Shinkai. We're gonna be talking about Makoto Shinkai, so I'm not gonna get into it now. Barefoot Gen or Gen, whatever it is a movie about World War II and is really sad and depressing, but not depressing enough for me, so that's why it's not on the bracket.
Hell yeah. I have no emotions. I lost them years ago.
Yeah.
In the war.
Paprika is on the bracket. We will talk about Paprika. And Pokemon, the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back.
Oh, yeah.
In fucking Pokemon's quest to get on every single fucking bracket. It infiltrates the fucking Filmlies, or just barely.
Yeah. It's so funny.
Can I say one thing about the first movie?
Really quick. I think it's a fun movie. I really like it. If in all honesty, if I watched Pokemon 3 the movie, which is the third movie, if you could have guessed, I probably would have replaced Pokemon the first movie because I remember really liking that one as a kid, and I haven't watched it since I was a kid, so I didn't feel comfortable putting it on here.
Question, sorry. Which one's the Entei movie?
That's Pokemon 3 the movie.
That one's probably my favorite.
Yeah, that's the one that I was
probably the best
putting
one.
on.
It's one of my
Mine
favorites.
is, mine's probably the Jirachi.
And I always laugh at that
Which
part.
is the one where he makes out with the Latias?
What?
Pokemon 3
Latias,
the movie.
Latias one.
Yeah, we can just say the main Pokemon. Oh yeah, the Darkrai one, of course, which is also great, by the way. Oh yeah,
That was the last one I watched. That's the one with Licky Licky.
yeah, the Diancie
Let's go
one, of
Licky
course.
Licky, best Pokemon.
I just want to say,
Love
even
that
though it can't make it onto the bracket, I do want to say Pokemon the first movie, I would fall asleep to every night for like 2 years. And I kind of respect it for that alone, because I would fall asleep to the Camp Pikachu special first, and it was always a challenge to see, can I go unconscious before the Pokemon theme kicks in of the movie? And if I made it past that, I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna get a lot of sleep tonight.
That was me. That was me with Star Wars as a kid. My dad would always put on the first Star Wars before I would go to bed, and now I have that movie basically fucking memorized.
Gotcha.
Good.
Oh, I have to popcorn somebody. I'll popcorn Vinny.
Okay. So, I'm gonna be honest. the most anime films that I've been exposed to, at least that pertain to this bracket, are many of them are Satoshi Kon films. In fact, two of my picks actually are Satoshi Kon films, and they're some of my favorites.
There are a set of very distinguished directors in this bracket, which I would love to point out.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed.
We got 3 Isao Takahatas here.
Yeah. I will say one of my honorable mentions, basically what is considered like, I want to say like the doom of animated films that have come to Japan, that have come from Japan to the U.S. Akira, that I had never heard of before, and so kind of like rewatching it for this, it's kind of, I don't want to say like surreal, but it's interesting just seeing like how well animated.
Oh, Akira's on the bracket, Benny.
Oh yeah.
No, I know. I'm talking like just like with because I put it in my honorable mentions because I wasn't really expecting it to be on the bracket, but lo and behold, it is.
Well,
I'm surprised you're surprised.
Yeah, well,
actually,
it's a great film, so of course it's on the bracket.
it's kind of a well-known classic.
we'll get to it though.
But aside from that, much like with Taylor putting on Dragon Ball Battle of the Gods, I did put Yu-Gi-Oh! The Pyramid of Light because I do stand by the fact that you can watch that film. You can watch that film and not know a lick of anything that has led up to it. I stand by that because
You know what? Challenge accepted, motherfucker.
I actually disagree is the thing, because I think it plays off of previous arcs, and like there are villains who are not villains anymore, and
it gives you the gist of everything that has gone on that has led up to it, to the point that like, okay, I know who these characters are, I know what happened here. The only thing that's really like getting in the way is like not seeing it, but that's not the point.
But I probably need to know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
Yeah, it fills you in on the details.
well, no,
of what,
because Yu-Gi-Oh was fucking bullshit in the anime.
well, Duel Monsters definitely is. Oh, so Mary and the Witch's Flower, actually, what was it? At first I always thought that was a Studio Ghibli film, and then I was shocked to find out that it wasn't. It was just like animated to be like that. And I remember liking it, thinking it was a really cute and charming film, but I've only seen it once. Yeah, if it had made it onto the bracket, I would have watched it again, and maybe I would have had a different opinion on it, but alas, it is what it is. Millennium Actress, it's kind of the same deal, except it's another Satoshi Kon film.
Satoshi Kon, let's go.
Yeah,
well, because back then,
Incidentally, Vinny, just to let you know, the director, the director of Mary and the Witch's Flower, is ex Studio Ghibli.
Yeah.
Hiromasu Yonebayashi. Yeah, he was also the one. He was the director of Ariete as well.
Okay.
Hey.
Kind of feeling. See, it's all connected here.
He left and created his own to work as at Studio Ponoc.
Hold up, Pixar.
Ponoku? Whatever it's called. Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, Millennium Actress. Again, it was another Satoshi Kon film that I'd only seen once, but that was like back then when like I was kind of, I don't want to say like obsessed with his body of work, but like I was very much interested in just seeing like his evolution as a director. And yeah, no, again, Millennium Actress is really damn good. It's very surreal, much like a lot of his work. But yeah, I can recommend that easily. But
All right, Vinny, choose someone to popcorn. Choose from the wide variety of people left.
I will popcorn to Mick, actually.
All right.
Oh, that's a good choice.
I think I'm the last. I'm at the last one left.
Yeah.
You know what? But you know what, Mick? I don't think Vinny knew that.
Yeah.
To be fair, I did.
All right.
He had, he had a 1 in 4 chance.
Got very lucky.
Yeah.
You almost
So,
silly.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go in. I'm going to go in. I'll go in reverse order. I've removed from my honorable mentions the things that are already made it onto the bracket, so I wouldn't forget and actually start talking about it. First, so the last one I have here is called Dragon's Heaven. It's not a really. It's like a short. It's a short movie. It's like 45 minutes long. It's like a late 80s like mecha anime. And it takes place. It takes place in like the future in Brazil, except it's like a desert. And it's like robots fighting. If you're familiar with the French comic artist Mobius,
Oh yeah.
It's like
Morbius?
I know. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew that's gonna
Dr.
happen.
Michael M. Morbius?
I knew this was gonna happen.
Time.
Nick, you just keep going. I'm gonna just go get my pizza.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
He ordered a 7 fucking pizza. Yeah.
It's Victoria.
Yeah. Also notable for Dragons having like a fucking after credit sequence where they make a life-size model of one of the robots and then sorry, not a life-size model, but like an actual like straight up like physical model puppet of one of the robots in the film.
Cool.
There's no there's no reason for it. It's like 5 minutes after the credit. It's like it was clearly the person cared a lot about it. Anyway,
I will say I looked up pictures of this earlier today, and I was like, "Why isn't this on the bracket?"
Because it's only 45 minutes long.
I know, but 45 minutes is still a movie.
I know.
Short
MPAA or whatever the fucking movie association is says anything longer than 40 minutes is a movie. Mick, continue.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I think for 15 of those minutes are the credits in the after and the scene with the model robot though. So I don't know how fair that is.
This life hack can turn your short film into a movie.
To a film.
All right. Anyway, yeah. Then I have Vampire Hunter D. The first Vampire Hunter D movie, the one came out in 1985. I skipped over the. I chose Bloodlust over this one because this one was made in the 80s, and they really had to compromise on the art style to animate it. And so it does not look nearly as good. I'm not going to talk any more about it, though, because obviously I'll talk more about Vampire Hunter D when we actually talk about Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust.
Yeah.
And then finally, when Taylor alluded before about us not having any franchises on, and I technically broke that rule. Is because I included I put a Lupin movie on the bracket. In my defense, Lupin is like James Bond. There's not really a it's a franchise, but it's also like there's no we gotta start here.
Hi, I'm back.
It doesn't have very
continuity.
Yeah, there's in fact it's almost like anti-continuity.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, so I put the so I did not put. That said, however, I did not put my favorite Lupin movie on because my favorite is not the easiest to get into and start out with. So I put it on the honorable mentions, and I'll just like to give a little quick pitch for it. You know what? I'll pitch 3 movies to you. Number 1. A man is publicly hanged to death, only to be discovered alive a year later in a coffin in Transylvania.
Okay.
Second movie. A thief steals the Philosopher's Stone from an Egyptian pyramid so he can get laid.
Okay.
And third, an evil Paul Williams is threatening nuclear Armageddon from his M.C. Escher nightmare mansion in the Caribbean, inhabited by Napoleon and Hitler.
What?
I tricked you. Those aren't 3 movies. Those are the first half hour of Lupin III, The Mystery of Mamo.
I was waiting for the needle drop because Mick showed me this one, and I was like, no, that's the same movie. That's the same movie.
Are you sure? Have you seen the other 2?
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, no, all 3 of those are the same movie. It's a wild ride.
Holy shit.
It's insanity. There, you cannot, Christian, back me up here. You can't predict what's going to happen in this movie.
Oh yeah.
Every time you think, oh, I know what's going to happen. No, you don't. Oh, this is where we're going with this. Oh, okay.
This movie got so weird so fast.
Yeah. By the way, fun fact: you know who plays Lupin in this dub? Apparently,
who?
Bob Bergen, friend of the podcast.
Yeah. So,
Isn't it the same guy every time?
No, so
he's in a lot of things.
You know what?
Lupin the Third, the mystery.
Later?
So I'll say this: Lupin the Third, Mystery of Mamo has 4 separate dubs.
Okay, right.
Okay.
Bob Bergen.
Bob Bergen.
Yeah, Bob Bergen is one of the regular Lupin dub actors. He's not my favorite, and he's not the guy in the dub that we watched, Christian. That was Tony Oliver.
Okay.
Bob Bergen is my favorite, and I would value him on any Yearly's related content we have.
Yeah. Incidentally, the fun fact about the dub of this movie, it's got 4 dubs. One made in '79, one in 1995, one in '96, and one in 2003. And you can tell which dub you're listening to based on which president they're doing an impression of when they dub the president.
I forgot about it.
So there's a Carter impression, a Clinton impression, and a Bush impression.
Yep.
Christ.
Beautiful.
Hilarious.
Nuclear weapons.
My fellow Americans, peanut butter.
And it's funny because in the original, it's like clearly intended to be like it's clearly intended to be Nixon. Because one of the characters is clearly a parody of Henry Kissinger and G. Gordon Liddy.
That's great. All right.
It's a wild movie. I can't tell you anymore. Anyway.
Okay.
So.
Well.
Is that everyone?
Jordan.
That concludes our honorable mentions bit. I don't have any more.
Yeah.
Did you call it a
off the top of my head? It's the the section of the Yearlies where we talk about honorable mentions.
Bit as in section, not as in joke.
Not as in orchestrated joke that someone has put way too much time into.
And now my bag of puppet. No.
Did somebody say corkboard?
Are we ready to get...
I forgot to make the Clanky puppet. Damn it.
Oh, no.
Vinny, I begged you. I went to you privately and said, will you please make the Clanky puppet?
No, in hindsight,
or clup it, if you will.
What happened with Clanky this today? Probably could have
Don't you dare call me that ever again.
I'm sorry, friend.
Wait, I missed that. What happened?
Jordan said the cluppet under his breath.
The cluppet. Oh no.
Yeah, that does sound like a slur.
That's a 70s monster movie.
And at least
title.
like 6 countries, I'm sure.
Great.
Beware of the cluppet.
Oh no.
All right, we should probably get into the bracket.
I know what the next yearly short part is gonna be titled.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, Taylor is not Victoria.
Right, that too. The first bracket we have here. To get it out of the way, we have my wild card pick, Weathering with You, versus Tokyo Godfathers, which is a Mick pick. Who would like to go first?
Can I say something, actually?
Yes,
this is not going to be an opinionated thing. I just want to point out something about this whole bracket that's pretty relevant here.
Okay.
I brought up earlier, there are 3 Isao Takahatas, 3 Brad Birds on this bracket. 2 of them are in this round. We mentioned Satoshi Kon a lot, and we already mentioned Makoto Shinkai. Both of them have multiple movies on this bracket. And we will get to the third one very shortly, but I just want to point out how crazy it is that despite our broad category for this bracket, we still managed to pick a lot of the same director's shit.
I could start. You could also start. I'm going to go either way. All right, well, I can.
All right.
I watched this movie with the majority of the people on this call in a theater before the dub was even a twinkle in anybody's eye. This was before I watched any other movie by this filmmaker. And this movie, Weathering with You, appealed to me just from the standpoint of a genre/trope that I've always really enjoyed, which is magical realism, which is the world at large is what it is, except for just one tiny fantastical difference. And the tiny fantastical difference is just, this character that, is able to control the weather and leads to natural disasters and ecological machinations that affect the world at large. And I think that the way this movie handled that storyline, as well as giving it the same sort of love story that this director was, or at least story of friendship and admiration that this director was well known for at the time, I think he did a very good job. I think this movie is gorgeous. I love a lot of the themes of Okay, real talk. I haven't seen it in 4 years, so I'm trying to remember best I can a lot of it. But I also really liked the relationship the main character has with the sort of mentor, the other writer that's sort of the surly cigarette smoking type that sort of warms up over the course of the movie.
Yeah, I love that guy.
I think that Natsumi and Suga really helped flesh out the cast and kind of create that layer of homeliness and common human decency that Your Name did really well. I mean, Suga has some moral conflicts as a result of his daughter, but he still does the right thing, and I feel like that makes kind of everyone like there's a more centralized cast in this one, and I feel like they all have a good role.
Yeah, but I like that it's the sort of ensemble thing, and I also like and. I don't know. Should I bring up the fact that it also opens up a shared universe with also Your Name and other films this guy has done? Because people from Your Name show up in this one.
They do their fucking Marvel reveals in the scenes.
Yeah, and that got the
talk to you about the Shinkai initiative.
That got the same reaction in the theater as something like, a True Believer moment in an MCU film. Because we saw it in a pretty packed house, and a lot of big-time anime fans were there. And so that got a nice reaction. So it's cool that he can do shared universe with his films.
Meanwhile, Jordan's sitting there like the guy next to me when I saw the Avengers, who had no fucking clue who Thanos was.
I remember I was very confused when I saw that because I think I saw Your Name several years back and I didn't remember.
Yeah, same. Yeah. I had no idea what everyone was up in arms about.
Everyone was freaking out and I'm like, what did I miss? Ah.
And it's like
you missed the Matpot reveal.
I'll kill you. Damn it.
Yeah, and I do think it is great. It is kind of limited, if we're being honest. They don't even give the characters names. It's just like, oh, hey, look. It's not really a detriment or anything. It's just kind of whatever.
It's like an Easter egg.
Yeah, Easter egg. That's a good word.
I will say that does make me appreciate it more because it doesn't make me believe that they're setting up like an Avengers movie with all of them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because from that you would create the impression that you would have to see Your Name first, and you don't because this is a completely independent movie that just happens to take place in the same world. I remember the thing that broke me the most, and it's a really small thing. I don't know why I liked this so much, but I really liked Nagi, the little brother, because I just liked the idea that there was this elementary school kid who was a playboy, and then when you see him walk in and you realize that he's this central character, I'm like, that's so fucking stupid. I love it. And then to go even further, he becomes the romantic advisor to Hodaka.
He starts calling him senpai. It's great.
Yeah. I really like that. It's just another example where I feel like the whole cast is very fleshed out here. Also, we got to talk about the animation a little because when they go to McDonald's and or whatever whatever they call McDonald's in this, and he opens
McDonald's.
Well, no, they never call it McDonald's. That's the thing. Every anime never will call it McDonald's. They'll find one letter to change to make it different. But
good. Can I just say we're good? We're currently living in a universe in which it's called McDonald's because I've been getting advertisements for Whack-Donald's recently, and I have no idea why.
It's a rebranding to get us kids in it.
Oh, okay. It is a rebranding thing. Got it. Okay.
No, Mick. This isn't. He's not doing a bit, guys. This is actually McDonald's is doing an anime thing right now.
Yeah.
Okay. No, because I started getting advertisements for this, and I'm like, what's going on? What's going on?
Yeah.
This is the McDonald's that the alternate yearlies goes to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I was like.
And they are currently getting a McDonald's promotion where it's just like Ronald McDonald and Grimace and all of them.
Yeah. We've gone a little off topic.
So what I wanted to say was when he opens up the burger, the fucking bun springs up when he opens the box, and I'm like, oh dude, that is the fucking tastiest burger I've ever seen.
This movie looks amazing, honest to goodness. Most of these movies look great. I'm going to be saying almost every movie in this bracket looks great, but this movie in particular is very much shows Makoto Shinkai's he just draws desktop wallpapers for an hour and a half, and it's wow, this is beautiful. I'm crying.
Yeah, And it's a recurring theme in most of his films, but I really like that every now and then he'll just take a break from the story to just play a music video with the characters.
Yeah, pretty much.
I can see the argument that that's like a detriment to the movie because it breaks the pacing, but I really like it. I think it's like a great way to show like a montage without making it like too like ham-fisted, you know?
You have a good point, and I actually would enjoy those a lot if I liked the songs he picked more.
You know, that's
I have no
fair.
problem with the Red Wimps music in here.
I think the music's great. The vocalized tracks are all in the right moments.
Yeah.
I think that's actually one of Shinkai's benefits to his movies is that he has very strong sound design behind what he does.
I agree.
We'll agree to disagree.
Okay.
Okay, Christian.
I agree with you, Christian.
Yeah. Oh, by the way,
Mick doesn't like this director.
Mick is banned from voting for this, by the way, because as Jordan pointed out,
You can't ban me because you disagree with my vote.
No.
Yeah.
The reason you're banned is because, as Jordan pointed out, many of us went to go see this film together because I had most people here over to my apartment for a weekend, and we were going to go see this movie. And even though Mick was here, he decided to go see a different movie.
Hilarious. So funny.
So fucked up.
He did not want to partake in this fun.
Jesus Christ,
So
that's
You know
fucking
what? You're
funny.
allowed.
And I
think
didn't
you
even
saw
wind up
that.
going to see another movie. I went next door to Dave and Buster's. All right. I played
Yeah,
fucking
well-
Mad Dog McCree for 5 hours. No, I'm joking. There was no Mad Dog McCree machine. I can't remember the life of me what I... Actually, funnily enough, I was cleaning out my desk earlier, and I found the Dave and Buster's card that I got when you guys went to see it.
Nice.
Don't get my
I
hopes
still have a
up.
David Buster's card from like 2016 from Pittsburgh.
It probably still has some money on it.
It does, yeah.
I want to hear about Tokyo
This is all
Godfathers.
and good, but as we're nearing the 8-minute mark, I think
Yeah.
we should probably talk about Tokyo Godfather.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
I have more, but I'll save it.
yeah, so Tokyo Godfathers is it's not just my favorite anime movie. It might be one of my favorite movies, period.
Right on.
So Tokyo Godfathers is shockingly a Christmas movie.
Yep.
A Japanese-made Christmas movie. So I'll pitch the premise quickly. So again, this is a Satoshi Kon movie. Yep.
Before you go into it, have we all seen Tokyo Godfathers?
Yes.
No.
I guess for Jordan, go on ahead, Mick.
Yeah.
So Tokyo Godfathers. On Christmas Eve, 3 homeless people, an alcoholic named Jin, a former drag queen named Hana, and a teenage runaway named Miyuki, while digging through garbage, find an abandoned baby.
Okay.
Jordan gets what I'm doing.
I get what you're doing.
Yeah, and so the 3 of them decide they're gonna set out and try and find the baby's parents and return it.
Wait a second, this is Ice Age. What the fuck? Wait, they're what?
Yeah, actually, now that you mention it.
Incidentally, the inspiration for this movie, Satoshi Kon has said, was the movie 3 Godfathers, which was an old John Ford western. But that's besides the point. They wind up naming the baby Kyoko, which is the Japanese name for the Christmas carol Silent Night. Because once again, it's Christmas Eve. And they go to return the baby. Now, the thing that a lot happens in this movie. The film is, if I were to compare it to any other director's work, I would compare it. It's very Coen Brothers.
Cool.
It's sort of tragic comic. Like it's comedic, but it's also kind of dramatic as well. In a sort of it's a lot of the humor is sort of dark and bleak, and there's often a focus on the types of people who are dealing with some sort of brokenness in their lives.
Yeah, and like despite all of this, I feel like this movie has such a level of compassion for all of its characters that
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah. So
I'm sorry, Mick. I really think that this movie does a great job with displaying common acts of human decency just through like, oh, we found a baby. Let's immediately do the right thing and help find the mother. And here's a homeless man on the street. Let's help them. Even the mob. Let's help the mob because.
The two big things are, number one, and the other reason it reminds me of Coen Brothers film is because the amount of coincidences that happen in the film.
Oh yeah, fate.
I'm actually not super crazy about that aspect of it. I think it's a little too easy.
So, that is probably my favorite thing about the film. In the fact that there are coincidences. However, there are a lot of things where things keep happening that don't, like, unlikely things keep happening that eventually work out to end with a more or less happy ending, despite all of the craziness and hardships the characters wind up going through in between. And something that Hana keeps attributing to the working of God, causing miracles in their midst.
Yeah.
The other big thing about the film is its emphasis on family.
Yes, found family.
That is one thing I do like.
Love found family tropes.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It is kind of a found family, but I think it both plays into, but also kind of rejects some of the found family-esque.
It's
because
both family.
Well, because here's the thing: the main characters look like a family, and are somewhat and kind of work as a found family, but there is this. They still have this knowledge that they aren't a real family, and that there is a real family that they need to get back to, separately.
They're very much dysfunctional.
I wouldn't even say more that there is there's knowledge that there is something about real family that is important beyond, that a found family is not the same thing as a real family, and that you can never quite replace it, which I think is is an interesting sort of response to the normal found family trope, which I've never been a super fond of that trope.
What I do find interesting about this movie in regards to found families, they kind of play both sides of the coin because, oh shit, this is a spoiler actually. There's a thing that happens near the end of the movie that sort of plays both sides of the coin of the found family. And at the end of the day, it really makes you appreciate what the three main characters have done. And I find that to be incredibly remarkable.
Are you not spoiling these, by the way?
Jordan hasn't seen it.
Well,
yeah, but sorry.
Okay, if he cares, then of course, but...
Jordan, you're going to want to see this one.
Yeah, I care. Sorry.
Okay. No.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I saw this film yesterday, and it was really great. I really loved this movie.
Yeah. I should say, speaking, and it's an amazing film. It's an amazing film, especially speaking as myself as a practicing Christian. This is probably one of the best unintentionally faith-based Christmas films I've ever seen, despite the fact that Satoshi Kon does not strike me at all as an intentionally religious person. But he's somehow backed in, kind of, actually, ironically, kind of like the Coen brothers as well, where they're unintentionally making very spiritually aware films, even if they're,
heathens.
They do it so
I would
well.
say they're not heathens. They're not heathens.
I know.
They're not. I think they're non-practicing Jews, but
yeah, they.
What am I saying? Cohen, of course, they're Jewish.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. We've probably gone way over time, so I'll wrap up.
16, I'm sure.
I know. I'll wrap up.
That's also why these are longer. But there'll be more times to talk about it.
Yeah, I'll wrap up real quick. There is one fun fact I wanna mention though. And that is the baby, Kyoko. Her voice actor.
Oh my god.
Is Satomi Korogi, who you might recognize as Togepi and Pichu from Pokemon.
I was gonna ask if
they made the bracket after all.
And May from Guilty Gear.
Oh my god.
You're trying to get Jordan to watch the movie.
No. I'm just throwing this out because it's wild that it's like, quite possibly the most accomplished voice actor in this film is the fucking baby.
What a legend!
Wow.
That's actually the three main characters, Jin, Hana, and Miyuki. Their voice actors are pretty accomplished, but they're actually not really voice actors. They're like actors. As such, I don't really recognize them from things.
Okay. All right.
But yeah,
Are we good to get to the vote?
I think we're good to go.
Yeah.
I am.
All right. For today, just for the sake of today, Clanky's going to go first today. It won't unding the car, but it'll probably help. So they'll go Clanky, Taylor, Christian, Vinny, Mick. So Clanky goes first.
Okay. Well, I have seen both of these movies, and unfortunately, I haven't been able to watch every single movie on this bracket, which I am very disappointed with myself. So I want to make that very clear. But I did happen to watch both Weathering for You and Tokyo Godfathers, and I just, even though I really like both of these directors a lot, I just really love Tokyo Godfathers. I think that it's great. One thing that Satoshi Kon does in pretty much all of his films, at least all the ones that I've seen, is that even though it's animated, he always makes his characters look very human, or at the very least, like a lot more human than like your typical anime movie would be. And he always reminds you that they're human by doing things like, in this movie, for instance, what's the name of the girl? I forget the girl's name.
Miyuki.
Yes, Miyuki. Like every now and then she just has like a long like sniff, and it's not to do anything other than to remind you that like it's cold outside and she's probably freezing. And I really just appreciate the attention to details and stuff like that for animated movies, because you really have to go like the extra mile to think about stuff like that, in my opinion.
Yeah,
So
the facial.
that's why I'm voting for
But
them.
no, I totally get you. They look more like real people than most anime films.
Exactly.
Yet the
And they
facial
do more human
expressions.
things too, which I really like. So yeah, Tokyo Godfathers.
Okay, cool. That means that Taylor is next.
I love both of these movies. Tokyo Godfathers is a fantastic movie, and I think that the adventure element of it really works in its favor. I feel like it's able to be very fun while being very simple without having to have this. I mean, like, I guess its hook is let's help the baby find home, but still managed to keep itself endearing through a rather simple stroll through the city. I think the reason I'm going to be voting for Weathering with You is one thing in Weathering You's favor that I like, and one thing I don't like in Tokyo Godfathers. Tokyo Godfathers is great, but I kind of don't love Jin in the beginning. I think he's incredibly transphobic, and he also gropes an underage girl, and it's pretty not great. And let me be very clear, that's not the reason I'm not voting for it. I think it's more so I find Hodaka's choice at the end of the movie with Hina to be a pretty ambitious choice, where he chooses love over sacrifice and simultaneously floods Tokyo in the entire process. I think is like really dark, and if it had just ended there, that would have been one thing, but then they have this little epilogue at the end where they show you the new Tokyo, the consequences of his actions, and still manage to put this positive spin on it where he still just believes that things are going to be okay. And I don't know, I just feel like most movies won't chase that ending. I feel like most movies would have sacrificed the girl, and it would have been just, let's be sad because sacrifices always happen. And this movie just says "fuck you" to that. And also, Hodaka brought a gun. So I'm voting. I'm voting for Weathering with You.
He's got a gun.
I agree with you, Taylor. That's definitely one of the
Jesus.
best things about Weathering for You.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why it's like such a powerful movie to me. But Tokyo Godfathers is great, Mick. Great favorite film.
Yeah, Christian.
I already know where this is going.
Weathering with You, I do like the movie quite a bit. My main problems come with the main two characters that I don't particularly find enjoyable to watch around, especially, I just can't get into Makoto Shinkai protagonists. I just can't do it. It's not for me. I'm not a huge fan, and I don't really think there was much character in the female protagonist either.
Christian would love the spin-offs where it's just the side characters in a Makoto Shinkai film.
No, Makoto Shinkai side characters made this movie. I thought the side characters were incredible. Also, I'm just not a huge fan of the songs. And the story, like, there's a bunch of things
musical
about this.
is really bad.
There's a bunch of things about this movie that I feel like kind of went under my radar, but a bunch of things that I also really, really like because it looks beautiful and it is a charming story. Tokyo Godfathers is one of 7 movies on this bracket that I could realistically say is my favorite thing on here. So we're gonna go with Tokyo Godfathers.
Consider
so that means that Vinny is next.
Yeah.
So, much like Clanky, I didn't see everything on the bracket. I did do my best to see a good chunk of them, and Tokyo Godfathers was one of them that I did see. What was it? I will say the thing that one of the things that kind of draws me to this film is much like with Mick, the family aspect of it. I think to add on to like just the wacky situations and craziness that happens in this film, I think that kind of adds to the overall theme, which is like life can be very hectic and crazy, but you know what makes it worth it is just the people that that you're surrounded by. You know, be it a hobo or
A hobo.
yeah, or
Or a third hobo.
right? Exactly. Not so much. I personally view it as it's not so much about where you come from, but it's what you do, the circumstances that you're in, kind of deal. And I can really appreciate that, especially since a good chunk of Satoshi Kon's work that I've exposed myself to is more or less like the psychological thrillers that he's made.
He's a very versatile director.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
we'll get to the Satoshi scale in a later movie.
I mean, he also directed a few episodes of the original JoJo's Bizarre Adventure OVA.
Oh, that's crazy.
He's a very versatile director.
That makes way too much sense. But I will go with Tokyo Godfathers.
Yes, figured. And before Mick votes, I'd just like to thank Taylor for giving with you the one vote.
Sorry, as usual. Sorry.
And the thing is, Jordan, even if it was 2-2 right now, I still would not let Mick vote for Weathering with You.
You can't stop him, Taylor.
I won't.
Well, he's
not allowed to vote for Weathering with You. I'm banning him from voting.
Tokyo Godfather's already won, so I
Yeah. Well, and look here, and here's the thing. You're probably glad I didn't see it because I would have walked out of that theater fuming. All right, at that ending.
Ooh.
You can't have a happy ending, and you can have a happy ending where a character sacrifices the lives of an untold amount of people for his own personal feelings. Yeah, so I'm going to vote for the movie that actually sticks up for the sanctity of all human life and vote for Tokyo Godfathers.
It's hilarious. Oh
Like
my
I said,
God.
it's gonna be really interesting when we get to Akira later on this bracket. Already tell.
Well, the Makoto Shinkai train is not going to slow down.
Oh no!
No. Because literally, as if you didn't think that was grueling enough, Mick, we now have Jordan. Oh, sorry, your name.
No, commit to the
Which is
pit,
a
Jordan.
Clanky
Commit to
pick.
the pit.
I had to do it. The Taylor also put this up, but Clanky is representing it properly. Versus Tekkonkinkreet, which is a Tekkonkin Christian pick.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
God damn it.
Who
Jordan,
would
I
like
have to know
go
how long
first?
was that one brewing?
Actually, only like 12 hours.
Okay, all right.
12 agonizing hours.
Hours later.
up 9 in the morning.
Hours.
What a Chad.
I have some jokes in the series that I've waited 12 months for. Can you
Wow.
He
Anyways,
just had like written down on his wall, "I'm going to use this one day." Mark my
Yes.
word.
I guess if no
Someone
one else
please.
wants to tackle Christian yet, then I guess I'll start talking about.
What?
Why
Why would,
last
I,
round was the Christian
why would I
round.
want to tackle you?
I could
We're allowed
go.
to tackle Christian.
He has the ball.
I'll go
All right,
first.
Christian. Okay, yeah, go.
Yes. So, Tekkonkinkreet is a movie that is based on a manga that is known as Black and White in America, named after the two main characters. It was written by Taiyo Matsumoto, who made this, but is probably more well known for writing the manga for Ping Pong, which was then adapted into Ping Pong the anime, which was made by the guy.
That makes so much sense because while I was watching Tekken, I'm like, this has so much Misaki Uesa vibes.
Yes.
It did kind of remind me of Ping Pong, but I just couldn't put my name on like what it was reminding me of at the time.
Yeah.
And this movie did actually go through a couple stages of development. It started off as a CGI sort of like pilot film, who was it would eventually, the person who directed the CGI for that 3D pilot would go on to be the film's director, Michael Arias. The pilot looks fucking awful, by the way. It really does look like a fucking Toonami intermission. This movie surprised the fuck out of me because it is just so actually really good. You all got to hear me talk about Grave of the Fireflies in the Ghibli bracket, so the fact that there was a brothers dynamic in this movie, which I found to be somehow even more sincere than in Grave of the Fireflies, it was incredibly heartwarming to me, and it's a much more accessible movie in that particular regard. I absolutely love the differing factions in this movie, because you have the two brothers who are like the vigilantes of this place called Treasure Town. By like quick synopsis, there's Treasure Town, lots of shit happens in Treasure Town. Two brothers roam as vigilantes and, do their own sort of thing, but then, a bunch of evil factions sort of show themselves, and it gets fucking crazy. There's a Yakuza.
Quick synopsis like that's possible.
There's a Yakuza, there's aliens, there's a whole bunch of weird shit. I think they're aliens. I don't actually know. But
they're purple.
They are purple. Go, I love being purple. This movie is great because I love the warring factions, because for a lot of you have obviously the two brothers going around. You have the cops who are on the case. You have the Yakuza with one of their founding members being named Rat, who's one of the best characters in the movie. And you have this defector from that Yakuza who teams up with the aliens to try to take over Treasure Town. And there's so many different aspects of this movie that are all going against each other and continuing on this conflict, but it never deviates from the dynamic between Black and White, who, as I stated earlier, were the two main characters. Black being the sort of like older brother who is sort of like doesn't want to admit how much he cares about his younger brother, and is trying to sort of like be the sort of like protector, and the younger brother obviously being like this sort of like pure sort of like wants to get in on the action but doesn't quite understand everything. And it's so sweet, and it is only bolstered by this film's amazing animation, because there's like fight scenes and like really kinetic like action parkour scenes, and there's the style in this movie. Everyone's built like this upside down triangle, and I love it so much. There is a lot of experimental animation too near the end of the movie that just looks so bizarre and abstract, and I love it a ton. And yeah, no, this entire movie has this sort of surreal edge to it. Like I mentioned, I think there are aliens in this movie. There might be. And there's also a lot of elements in this movie where they'll animate something that clearly isn't real and then just move on to the next scene, and it's like, I love that kind of shit, because it really feels like the creator is just putting something that they want on the canvas, and there it is, and you get to experience it. And at the end of the day, the plot, while being this sort of like, it is a somewhat confusing plot, but that is not too dissimilar to something like, the best thing I can describe it is sort of like probably slightly more confusing than like a Scorsese movie or something. Still,
to put it into perspective, I had a very difficult time following along with this movie. Christian tried to explain the movie to me after we watched it, and I still don't really get it.
Okay.
So you definitely need to have the proper mindset to absorb the material properly here.
It is a movie that rewards paying attention for sure. But I do find that this movie, and there's a lot of spoiling, because I know not all of you have seen this, there's a lot of scenes in this movie that are so fucking good. There's a scene with Rat about at the end of the third quarter of this movie. It is one of the best scenes out of any movie on this entire bracket, because of the way that Rat communicates to the character who had defected from the Yakuza, their camaraderie with each other, but also their tragic situation. And it's like, oh my god, how did this person direct this? Michael Arias, why haven't you done other things? You're fucking talented. This movie is fucking incredible. So good.
So are we ready to talk about Clanky?
Yeah, let's do it.
I think we're ready to talk about Jordan. Yeah.
Whose name is it?
All right.
It's your name, silly.
Anyway.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've kind of talked a lot about like Weathering for You and Makoto Shinkai, and Your Name is another Makoto Shinkai film. I don't want to say it does the exact same thing Weathering for You does, because that's kind of a disservice, but it's definitely like a romance movie that has this like mystical element to it. And that the mystical element of this one, of course, being that the two people, the people in love with each other, or that will eventually, the people that this movie is about,
Say their names.
they trade bodies. And they have to like constantly live as the other person, and they have to coordinate each other's lives based around it. It's a very the best word I can use to describe it is cute. It's just a really cute, wholesome film that I love, and I think that I here's the thing, Taylor, you want to take over because I really don't have much other to say than it's cute and I really like it.
Yeah, sure. I was gonna just add to whatever you had to say, but if you want me to just take charge, I can.
Just do it, because there's nothing more I can say other than, hey, it's really cute.
I have plenty. You say the fuck out of this.
No, Mick, you really don't.
So, as Clanky just said, this is a body swap movie, and I love body swap movies because, and
they're
listen,
underrated, man.
They are, because I think that from when you get to be in someone else's life, that kind of opens the door for character building in and of itself, because by being in the shoes of someone else, you need to engage with what that person's life is in the first place. And I do feel like these two characters do that really well. But more importantly, and I know that everyone else here is going to say, no, it's stupid that they do this, but it is a fucking rite of passage that the first thing you do when a man and woman swap bodies is just feel up their new body parts and like check to see if they have a penis. And like, it's
watching this film, that's one of my favorite parts, because that, like,
what?
Real talk. I think that's something we would all do if we were like swapped into a woman's body.
No, like listen. I'm not saying like you should do that. It's creepy.
No,
viewers, if you ever switch bodies with someone, just make sure.
Okay, to defend his position, not in the sense of feeling it up, but in the sense of holy shit, is this do I?
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, oh, is this real? Let me see my junk.
The movie doesn't frame it like that. Sorry, I have a cough.
Bro, look at this.
Yeah, so seeing these guys share a bond through the lives they're living through other people's body is interesting. Yeah, maybe they could have gone even further, but I feel like through what it does in the beginning, it leaves a satisfying romance. So am I allowed to talk about the big twist?
Sure.
Okay.
Because what the hell?
Yeah.
The big twist is that they are 3 years. They're actually living 3 years apart from each other, and that a comet killed Mitsuha 3 years ago. And I think that's still, earnestly, a really unexpected and great plot twist. One that, when I first saw the movie, we memed the shit out of. Because it's like, oh God, don't you just hate it when a comet from 3 years ago kills you?
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Like, it feels like such a 180. It's like, oh, it's a cute, like Freaky Friday kind of film. It's nice. And then all of a sudden, a freaking meteor just, like, kills them. It's like, oh, Jesus.
The scene...
It has to get extremely dramatic. It's a Makoto Shinkai film.
The scene with the meteor comes so out of nowhere. I remember, like, my jaw fucking dropped when I saw it. I was like, what the fuck? What the hell?
Like, if we have to think about, like, when this movie first came out, it was, like, the most received thing in existence. And, like, when we have to think about reasons why, that's definitely up there. Now, do the rules of time travel get messy? Absolutely. Does it get hard to follow as a result? No. The whole use of the threads of time system, where we finally get the scene where both characters can finally meet, is an incredibly rewarding payoff, because these characters couldn't meet this way otherwise. So when we get to the point when they're writing, when Taki is writing his name for Mitsuha, and then disappears right at the end, and then later she looks at her hand to see what he wrote. It's so fucking endearing, and the music is playing in the background. I think as a result, their relationship, just by that sentiment alone, might be better than the one in Weathering with You, for sure.
Yeah. Can I jump in and say one thing about the ending really quick?
Yeah.
So one thing that I really like that this movie does is it avoids being like creepy about the ending, because like they're body swapping the entire time. So like you can argue that it's a little weird that they're essentially falling in love with someone that at one point was themselves, but like they make it work in the end, because they don't necessarily remember exactly how they know each other. They just know that they're kind of like destined for each other. And I think that that's like a really clever way to go around like the awkwardness that could arise from like a body swap plot romance like this.
Very powerful final shot in this movie. Very, very good.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And another thing I like is that because neither character lives in the actual same time period, I enjoy how the movie is reflective of how the two start out with segmented storytelling rather than we're going to go back and forth between the two. No, we're going to tell these stories, like we're going to tell these person with one person at the central focus at any one time, as opposed to just constantly cut to. And I feel like by doing that separated piece by piece, there's a lot more focus and flesh to each character's lives, and instead of cutting to the other, you get more flesh through the side characters, which again, are worth rooting for. I wouldn't say that any of them get huge arcs, but it's just another example of they're going to do everything they can for the people they care about. The fucking girl that Taki liked agrees to help him find Mitsuha for no other reason than she just wants to. And then, like, there's this small moment where she bonds with his other friend, like when they're smoking, like, oh, you smoke? Yeah. And it's like, I don't know, man. They just do it. They make the side characters endearing. And I think that's great.
Yeah.
I will say the woman that he went on a date with when, when I first watched that film, it reminded me so much of Dorothea from Fire Emblem that I'm convinced that Intelligent Systems decided to take inspiration from this film.
And then she'll get a harem.
Yes.
I guess
You technically already did if like all the guys at the restaurant swooning over her were anything to go by.
I think the only thing I'll complain about is I think Mitsuha's dad needed more time in the movie because he is the closest thing to a central antagonist in this movie, and I think the relationship between him and his daughter should have been further explored. And it might be difficult to do that because it's a movie that goes from past to future, but they could find the time to have him around. Ultimately, just a great, fun, shut your brain off, have fun with the crazy ideas, listen to the great music, and it's worth the hype. It's a great movie.
I agree.
Hooray!
I'd ask if there's time for dissenting opinions, but I'll say that during...
Yeah, save it for your vote. Yeah, actually. You'll have plenty of time there.
Yeah.
That's what the voting
Absolutely.
is for. It's for the dissenting opinion.
Yeah.
Don't say that. Don't make that canon.
All right. The voting begins with Clanky.
All right. Well, unfortunately, Tekkonkinkreet is a movie that I didn't get to watch. I do plan on watching the rest of these movies on the bracket at some point to see if my opinions would have been different. But for right now, I have to vote for your name because I really like that movie and I can't speak on Tekkonkinkreet.
I'll stream Tekkon to you. Fuck it. I love this movie.
Okay. Bet. You want to bet?
I don't know if I bet, but I would try.
Wait, like bet that he'll stream it?
You'll stream it to Twitch and see how long until you get banned.
I don't know who owns this movie.
I will say
Michael
my favorite...
the guy that directed Animatrix.
My favorite part of Tekkon is, I said this to Christian and Vinny when I watched it, White wears a lot of animal hoodies in the movie, and one of them is a parrot. And the way that the parrot hoodie is designed is that where you put your head is like the parrot's mouth. So whenever he wears the parrot hoodie, it's like a parrot with just a wide open mouth that looks like it's gonna eat him. And the parrot's like, and I don't know why, but it made me laugh so fucking much. Yeah, I kind of was bored.
Fuck you. I'm
sorry.
Gonna check on your Kinkreet.
Look, I wanted to like the movie more. I just had a really difficult time following along, and maybe that's because I'm dumb. Sorry, but I like your name better, a lot more.
I mean, to be fair, it's a great name. So
I don't disrespect Tekkon. I think I get why Christian likes
great
it.
name, he says.
Yeah.
So true.
Yeah, we all have good names.
So true.
So true.
So true, Jesty.
Jesty.
Woof. All right. Anyway, it is now Christian's turn.
Your Name was one of the few movies that I did not rewatch for this bracket. That's only because I've seen the movie enough times where I think I got the picture. This movie's fantastic. It used to be one of my favorite movies, and while it has fallen a little bit out of that ranking, it's still like a 4.5 out of 5-star film. The only thing that kind of brings it down a little bit for me is that I do not jive with all of the humor very well, and I still do not like Makoto Shinkai's songs. I still don't. But this movie's great.
I don't think he wrote the songs.
I don't care.
He
No,
sits in his
it's right.
piano composing them, only to be disappointed when Christian doesn't like them.
Yeah, Makoto Shinkai, are you fucking listening to me? Your
Next
songs
movie
are
has
trash.
no music.
Listen to good
Yeah.
music, like
Makoto
drywall noise
Shinkai is-
recordings. You billboard.
Maybe he's the one viewer the Yearlies has.
Anyway, Tekkonkinkreet was the
Not
best.
anymore.
Tekkonkinkreet was the best surprise of this entire adventure that I had of watching all of these movies, and I could probably watch it like 3 more times over the next month if it meant all of you got to see it. This movie's fucking fantastic, and I'm voting for it.
So now it is Vinny's turn.
So, I will say, I did more or less enjoy the, oh my god, I'm gonna butcher the hell out of this name.
Tekkonkinkreet.
Tekkonkinkreet, thank you. I did enjoy that more than Your Name, personally, because I don't know, I just found the bond between Black and White, a bit more endearing than the dynamic between Taki and Mitsuo. I will say
I'm not going to have a good time tonight, am I?
It
No,
isn't
I'm
voted
sorry.
yet.
I'm sorry, Taylor, but I am gonna vote for Tekkonkinkreet.
Mick, you
Well,
have a chance to do the funniest
Mick.
thing.
I listen. I can't. I
It'll
can't.
be funny.
So.
Can we at least not roast it then?
Yeah, no. I'm going to give my actual opinions rather than the Mick's exaggerated, funny, angry opinions.
Ooh.
Quote unquote funny.
Save the exaggerations for when you know your name's gonna win around.
Exactly. Yeah. So, Your Name is without a doubt the best of Makoto Shinkai's films. I saw it after the hype, and so I was expecting a lot.
It's the Undertale philosophy.
Yeah, well, the problem with Undertale is that Undertale, in addition to I was expecting a lot, it was also, like, exactly the gameplay styles and storytelling and humor that I don't like.
Undertale is a shitty game.
Your Name isn't quite that. Like, I think Undertale, you gotta be talking about Undertale now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, let's go back.
Yeah, so...
Put it up.
Yeah, so Your Name is... For what it is, it's fine. My problem, my issue with a lot of Makoto Shinkai's films is that they are, like, I think, Christian, you mentioned the thing about the anime wallpapers.
Yeah.
And I admit it, that all of the scenes are very pretty, but it's kind of it. Like, a lot of times, the film feel kind of hollow.
Like, there's not much point behind them other than, oh, it looks really nice. Kind of.
I don't agree with that at all.
No. That's the thing. There is an actual story there. What I'm saying is the aesthetics don't really serve any purpose. Like, it looks pretty regardless of what's going on in the storyline for the sake of looking pretty. And it's because it's like, it almost always, it kind of reminds me of a Thomas Kincaid painting. Yeah, in that, yeah, it looks very pretty, but what point is this serving?
It's got to be into love stories, man.
I am into love stories. I don't know. The other thing, Taylor, I thought it was funny, you describing your thoughts about Tekkonkinkreet, exactly my thoughts about Your Name. I was just like...
You were confused?
No, I wasn't confused, I was bored.
Alright, I mean...
I was bored, and then the time travel stuff, and I'm like, nah, hang on, I can only deal with one magical thing at once. I don't know, like, it threw me for a loop where they got magical time traveling sake now, and I'm like,
Yeah.
It didn't quite,
Listen,
Also,
just let me accept the reality.
Also, I can't there's one other thing I want to say. How the hell does Taki, right?
Yeah.
How the hell does he remember the town well enough that he can draw an image such that someone can recognize it, but not remember the name of the town?
I don't think they ever said what the name was.
Like them forgetting, right?
Hermit Purple.
Still, I don't know, that part threw me off. And second, I
I cannot for the life of me identify with Mitsuha wanting to leave a small town and moving to the city.
Yeah,
That was a hard. I'm like,
This is the guy who likes the first part of Twilight Princess the most, everybody.
Well,
yeah. So yeah, that is the odd thing. I was bored throughout the first half, and then I was kind of like, oh, it's time travel now. Okay, well, nothing against time travel. It's not exactly what I was signing up for.
I have everything against time travel. This movie just so happens to do it right for me.
Look, I can count the amount of things that do time travel right on one hand. Okay.
And I have no fingers on this hand.
Just shoot your name already.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna vote
shoot it.
Yeah, I'm voting for Tekkonkinkreet.
Bang.
Oh,
the shot.
I can't believe losers round 1 is both machine. Like,
oh my god.
I don't ever get my way in the film.
That's so funny. That's so
I'm not getting away with whole
and you don't get your way with the Filmlies. Taylor, it's just a bad day.
Actually, both Makoto Shinkai and losers round 1 in the same round.
They can always make a comeback. They can always make a comeback.
Let's see what happens in round 3, because if it happens a third time, I'm out.
That's the thing. I mean, at this point, hopefully this one goes better for Taylor. Round 3 is Night is Short, Walk On Girl, which is a Christian pick, versus A Silent Voice, which is... No, it'll come to me.
Oh my goodness.
It's Taylor pick. It's Taylor pick. Yeah.
All right, Taylor, take it away.
Was that a bit? I couldn't tell.
It was, yes.
Oh, okay. I actually thought you were genuinely forgetting, and I was like, "Come on,
no,
man."
No. It's one of Taylor's favorites. I was just playing.
What he was doing is what I do 3 times a day. So.
Anyway, take it away.
Yeah, of course. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna gush. And then Clanky, I know that sometimes when I talk a lot about something, you're like, I think Taylor said everything that's going to be spoken. I haven't heard your opinions on this movie yet, so I really want to hear them after, okay?
Okay, all right.
All right. So Mick said that Tokyo Godfathers might be not only his favorite anime movie, but one of his favorite movies of all time. I can say with assuredness that that is what this movie is for me. It's my favorite animated film of all time.
A Silent Voice?
Yes, absolutely. I watched this for the first time when I was running my anime club. I wanted to do a collaboration with the American Sign Language Club at our school. I'm like, I wonder if A Silent Voice, because they have a deaf child, I wonder if they do a lot of Japanese sign language in it. So I should probably just give this a quick watch, see if this is something worth collabing on. And it was something I was going to watch a couple more times afterwards. Yeah, just a few. This is a story of redemption and forgiveness. This is a movie that asks the question, when is it okay to forgive someone? Should they be forgiven at all? And can we forgive ourselves? Those questions are handled through the leads, Nishimiya and Ishida, who are both excellent characters. And I'm going to say that about just about everybody, because both characters think that they are the source of the other's misery, because neither of them are fully capable of loving and forgiving themselves. Ishida can't forgive himself for bullying Nishimiya when they were children. And Nishimiya believes that her disability has ruined the lives of those around her. And through this movie, the two's bond and the friends that bring them together, they're going to be able to learn to accept themselves. And the way that this movie handles that is so beautiful. Ishida is traumatized by the burdens of his past and the people that when he was called out for bullying, he kind of was thrown under the bus because he wasn't the only person who bullied someone. Not that that makes it right, but he was left to carry the entire burden and then was bullied himself for several years after. And as a result, he became so scared and disgusted by everyone around him that he can't look at people in the face. And the way this movie represents that is everyone around him has this giant X on their face, which is such a unique idea for a movie that I've never seen brought to life. And so, God,
I've seen something similar in like show animes, never in a movie.
That also reminds me of a Black Mirror episode.
Yeah. And all I'll say, because Mick hasn't seen the movie yet, I don't think. But
I know a little bit about it.
okay, but where they take that idea all the way to the end, everyone who's seen this movie can tell you the ending is one of the most powerful things you will ever fucking see, thanks to this concept.
Absolutely.
And
I agree.
it gets to me every fucking time. The use of sign language and exploration of deaf culture is incredibly well represented and beautiful. The entourage of side characters are incredibly charming and simultaneously serve to represent Ishida's continued struggle to understand friendship and what it means to be worthy of them. Everyone has a role. Nagatsuka is the prime example of showing people that ultimately friends are friends because they want to be, and that they don't have to be worthy to be friends. He's also the funniest. Yuzuru, Nishimiya's sibling, is a great person who stands as an arbiter of Ishida's past, but also is capable of very much being their own character. And I love that. I think one of my favorite characters, and this might be a little controversial, is Ueno, because she's an antagonist for sure, but she goes directly in conflict with what Ishida is working so much, what traumatizes him. Ueno is someone who lives without shame, and as a result, she can't empathize or make proper amends for her past bullying. But simultaneously, she is unburdened by the same guilt and shame that has crippled both Ishida and Nishimiya. She's confident, she does what she wants, and she doesn't worry about the consequences. And to a very small degree, that's what both of our main characters need. Her inability to grow sure keeps her as an antagonist, but she's not evil. And I feel like I just feel like as a result, she's one of the most interesting characters. The score is great in all the right places. All the rest of the side characters are great. I won't go too in depth on them, but ultimately, this movie ultimately says that forgiveness is difficult to earn, just as easy as it is to give away. But as long as we empathize and think about it, we all deserve it. And I just love that so much, dude.
Fuck yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Could I be selfish and ask us to use a little bit of this extra time? Because when I watched this with Clanky, he only said, "I'm crying and I have to go." And
it was a very, like, I don't want to say it was a sad movie, but it was like a good cry. You know, every now and then you have a good cry, and that movie was like a good cry. It's just,
yeah.
It was very nice to watch a movie that, like, says, you know, you can be forgiven. Like, things, you know, you might do shitty things in the past, but that doesn't define how you are today. And I think that that's really why I ended up liking this movie so much. But yeah.
Can I share the fun fact I know about this film?
Yeah.
The OP is My Generation by The Who.
Oh, hell yeah.
Huh? Oh.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, we knew that.
I
mean, you knew that. Rather, you knew that. Yeah, Christian, when
Which
they go,
is weird, because
about my generation.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know
the
that.
The weird thing is, there is a The Who song with the lyric, "You are forgiven," and they could have just used that.
Well, they needed an upbeat intro.
It was at the beginning.
Yeah. They should have made that the credits song. Whatever. You know,
I think they only had the budget for one Who song, probably.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about this during my vote more, because I have things to say, because I really like this movie.
Oh, no, God, I want to talk about this movie for the next 3 hours, realistically, honestly.
But, Christian?
I know, yes,
Night
there's
is
two
Short,
movies.
Walk On Girl is the only one of my picks that I did not write notes for, so bear with me a little bit. Night is Short, Walk On Girl is based off of a graphic novel, I believe, of the same name, with this movie being directed by our main man. What the fuck is his name?
Masaki Yuasa.
Masaki Yuasa.
He's so main, we forgot the name.
Masaki Yuasa.
Because this guy is the director. I'm very familiar with his work.
What I do want to point out about Masaki Yuasa is that he is the director of one of my favorite anime of all time, the Tatami Galaxy. And
Love Tatami Galaxy.
It's a fucking amazing anime that shows you the importance of doing rather than waiting, and that every outcome, as long as you pursue it, can still be worth and have value. And I think I like this movie for the exact same reasons, because it basically has the same message. you have two characters going through the same night in two different ways, yet you see the value in everything that these characters do. Like our main female protagonist is going through and like barreling ahead, living life with no sort of hesitation or restraint, and she does the craziest shit throughout the course of this movie, like getting into these fucking drinking contests on this fortress boat in the middle of a fucking
love
river.
how she and the characters consume beverages.
Yep.
I'll take that moment to go right into the fact that the animation in this movie is... God, I really am going to say this for every movie, aren't I? This movie looks fucking incredible. It might be the best looking movie on this bracket, in my opinion at least. This movie is... Oh, God. It's so fluid and smooth, and everyone looks like they're made of rubber, but they move in such a way where it just entices your eyes, and it's wonderful. And then we have our male protagonist, who is more of the sort of awkward, sort of like, he's so focused on our female protagonist, yet in his mission to try and woo her, he goes through his own sort of set of adventures, which are equally as bizarre, like having to go through, like, what was it, like eating this spicy food of which I do not remember because I did not write notes for this movie, and I watched it
I
like 6
believe
months
it
ago.
was just ramen.
Yeah, something like that, and it's like this contest where everyone's like on fire and screaming and shit. It's like, what the fuck, this is so good. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can just go, there's so much shit that I don't think I want to explain, one, because of spoilers, and two, because it's just gonna be me going on and on and on about this part. It was surreal and cool. This part was surreal and cool. I love this part because it was surreal and cool. But it was the message of this movie that I think really got to me, was the ideas of, you know, it's the ideas of how you choose to do what you want to do. Because at the end of the day, the characters are honestly both lambasted in a way for their methods. Obviously, the male protagonist is told many times that he needs to go in and just talk to the female protagonist and do his thing, instead of hiding back and trying to go about roundabout ways of doing everything. And the female protagonist is told several times that she leaves everyone behind her in the dust, and it's like, is not like taking the time to, like, you know, appreciate, I guess, well, not necessarily appreciate, but not taking the time to actually stay in one place long enough to absorb something. But at the end of the day, you see so much value in the nights that each of these characters have, and the movie makes sure that this is known, and it's almost like it then coagulates into one concrete message of, make the night yours, you know? And I think that is a strong thing about this movie. Not every aspect about this movie is incredibly awesome to me. There is one side plot which... if I ever have to see the trope of, oh my goodness, this woman was actually a man in a Japanese piece of media one more fucking time, I am going to say mean things on the internet. But
that really petered out.
It's gonna happen again, Christian. That's their.
I know.
They do it.
I know.
Christian,
I think
I'm speaking this sentence, they've done it 7 times.
I think that you know what? It makes sense then that your threat began to peter out before you said something
Because
you couldn't commit to.
I can't do anything about it. But at the same time, this is just a feast for the eyes, a heartwarming, wonderful, love-induced trip that you wish was 2 hours longer than it already was.
I do not. That's not true.
Well, you know what, Taylor? I'm not talking to you.
I don't think any movie should be 3.5 hours.
You haven't seen the Batman.
The movie is short. Walk on, girl.
Someone hasn't seen Pillars of the Flower Moon, directed by Martin Scorsese.
Can I?
Yeah, that's a long time.
Christian, I believe it was your. Christian, I believe it was your Letterboxd review for fucking the Batman. How is this movie 3 hours? Man, I wish it was another 5 hours.
No, that was literally
Batman's
my
too
review
long.
for Night is Short too. I literally said,
"Oh, really? Okay."
The movie should have been 12 hours longer. Like, you know.
I mean, at that point, just watch television.
No, fuck you.
Just watch the Tatami Galaxy.
I love the Tatami Galaxy. I think it's an amazing anime, but
I mean,
Night
this
Short
movie is
looks a lot
basically
better.
the Tatami Galaxy. They even use the same characters.
That is true. It has a lot of references to the Tatami Galaxy, but like good references, they are invisible to those who have not seen the Tatami Galaxy.
It's, like,
and
it's
thus
not
are
even
distracted.
references. Like, Higuchi is just a character here.
Exactly. They are these Easter eggs or references or just playbacks that are done right, because if you don't know these characters, it doesn't register, and that's exactly the intention.
Yeah. Also, Ozu is a little child for some reason.
Fuck Ozu, dude. Fuck that guy.
We start with Clanky.
All right. So I really loved both of these movies. I thought that they were both really, really incredible. I think that they both kind of have similar themes. I mean, like not the like main theme, but like they have similar themes in the sense of like self-doubt and like trying to overcome like your awkwardness and your, your anxieties to do what you want to do. And I think that they both do it in a very different and very meaningful way. One of them does it very, very serious and, doesn't really pull its punches back when it shows you how ugly those thoughts can get. And one of them is just very goofy and funny. And it's very hard for me to decide which one I like more. So can you come back to me while I think about it?
Absolutely. We go on then to Taylor. Well,
I rewatched Night is Short for this one, thinking I wasn't going to have a great time, because when I first watched it, I thought it was good. I didn't think it was incredible. I enjoyed it a lot more this time. I'm thinking maybe the dub made a bit of a difference. It does still have a couple of characteristics that I'm not crazy about. Masaki Yuasa works have a very similar quality to them. I've touched on this before. They have stellar animation, and they have incredibly powerful endings. But I often find that the road to these endings can feel, to a degree, bloated in some parts. I often find that there are scenes that are devoid of relevant purpose or expressing the same point one or two times too many. I think that Tatami Galaxy should be a movie as opposed to 11 episodes. I think that they could do the Tatami Galaxy in 6 and have the same result. And I originally thought this movie did that too, although I'm happy to say that rewatching it, I do feel like there's an equal pace here. I do feel like its purpose can be a little weaker defined at some points. As to some degree, I find that it's often just, hey, here's this crazy night. And the black-haired, and by the way, whenever we call the character the girl or the boy, they don't have names. The girl's name is the raven-haired girl, right, and the boy's name is Senpai. That's just their canonical names.
I love that so much.
Me too.
Yeah, so good.
Fucking Hideo Kojima-ass names.
Yeah. I like how they fit the Tatami Galaxy. By the way, I love Don Underwear's play.
I don't. There were words in that sentence.
It was definitely a sentence.
One of the parts I really liked about this movie was the stronger theme of connection at play, how it articulated at the end through Little Ozu discussing the connection of books and how they each inspired something moving forward was great. I kind of wish they leaned even further to that, because the honest truth is, well, Christian says that both characters are kind of equal. I find that Raven-haired girl has way more to do in this movie than Senpai. He's not a bad character. I just find that his story is kind of inserted to stand as a parallel to the girl and rarely feels as strong. Like the entire sequence of the movie didn't need him to move forward. I kind of feel like maybe when the girl was visiting the man she had the drinking contest with at the beginning, that could have maybe been the final sequence. It's a personal feeling.
When the ending comes together, it definitely seems to feel as if they are of an equal standing, and then it comes down to opinion at that point.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, is I feel like it's a little unearned for me, because I feel like he was, I don't know, maybe he was a little too stalkerish and maybe could have had a bit more of his own thing going on. It's fine.
Probably.
I mean, yeah, it's fine though. Like, you know what? It's a good, creative, entertaining time to be had. If a silent voice loses this bracket, I quit.
He said it.
Oh.
I'm sorry. If it loses this round, I quit.
Solid Voice.
Okay,
that's way worse movies.
That is a much more reasonable bet.
Yes. No, listen, I come to terms with the idea that my movies are never winning these brackets, so I have to take small victories. I love this movie so fucking much. It hits me every time that it happens. I would do things for this movie.
You would write mean words on the internet. You could do it.
Yeah.
I'll write mean words to whoever doesn't vote for it.
Oh,
that's for sure.
Too many threats. You know what? If I make threats like that,
voter intimidation in my yearlies, it's more likely than you think.
Yeah, it's never happened before.
You just see Taylor brandishing his rifle.
Yeah, guys, just be nice. That's all, please.
Okay, Christian.
If you guys don't vote for Night is Short, I'm detonating the bomb underneath your chairs. No,
damn it.
So,
no.
Whatchamacallit? Taylor, I think it's very funny you brought up the connections thing, because I actually completely forgot there's another thing about connections at the end of the movie that I also found to be incredibly fascinating, about how this, like, one event spurred the entire climax of the movie. And it does go to show that you go through this night, and no matter, like, as if you go through it, you leave a wake behind you, and that wake is your connections. I also like how the characters are not traditionally named, because it almost sort of says this kind of events can happen to, they can happen to anyone if they
couldn't, but the name makes you think so.
Actually, they can't happen. They literally can't happen to anyone. But like, if you were to make it more real, reel it in, then it could happen to anyone. This is definitely the yearlies where these brackets are the hardest. I feel like I could be swayed on all of these. Right now, I'm voting for Night is Short, but that might not be the case the whole bracket. Who knows?
I'll friendly punch you.
Yeah.
Dog. I'm gonna compliment you in a second.
That's a good punch.
That's a Pokemon move.
No, actually, friendly punch is from Night is Short.
Oh yeah, you're right. I haven't seen this movie in 6 months.
All right, it's Vinny's vote.
I only ever saw A Silent Voice. Between that and Night is Short, I've only ever seen Silent Voice. But I will say that upon seeing it for the first time, I did not get into like an emotional breakdown, but I was on the verge of tears at the end of it, in a good way.
Yeah.
In a good way. I did feel myself getting a little teary-eyed because of just...
Crying gang, let's go.
Oh, I mean, it wasn't that time that we
Right,
watched it, but I watched the movie before, and I sobbed like a
I
sad
choke up
baby.
at the ending every time.
Yeah.
I don't cry, but like I always am
It's a
about
great
to.
ending.
How it starts versus how it ends is what really sticks with me the most, and that's all I will say on it, just to avoid spoilers. But needless to say, I will vote for Silent Voice over Night is Short.
Yes. Cool. Mick.
So,
oh boy,
I would normally Night is Short, Walk On Girl feels like such a fun watch, but Taylor seems so passionately in love with this movie that it makes me like, oh, okay, it's got to be something special. And the fact that it's about forgiveness, which is an underrated virtue in movies, I gotta vote for it, because though I feel like I would, how should I put this? I feel like I will enjoy Night is Short, Walk On Girl more. I feel like I will get more out of A Silent Voice. If you catch my drift.
I accept that answer.
Like, if you ask me, which one would you have more fun watching? I'll have more fun watching Night is Short, Walk On Girl, but I think A Silent Voice is probably going to be what I consider the better movie.
I should say, I do think A Silent Voice still can be very fun. I'm not saying like it's a laugh riot, but I think the characters are like just
no,
really...
I know that. I know that, but like the sort of the crazy night on the town kind of movie.
No,
you know.
of course.
I totally understand like the Mick your vote as well, because I will even say myself, and to vouch for it, as you all know, I don't like anime romances very much, and A Silent Voice is like fucking amazing. So
this is different.
You know.
Well, it's not really a romance. It's more like romantic subtext.
That is true. Yes, that is.
Yeah,
that is fair.
And
which is great because it means
3
there's
to
no
1.
risk. Which is great for me because that means there's no risk of a sex scene, which I hate.
Is that your biggest concern when you watch these movies?
I hate sex scenes.
I
don't have the time to get up on my soapbox. All right, I have an anti-sex scene soapbox.
I hate sex. Don't do it. Play the Rex Most bit.
No. Sex is great. I just hate sex scenes in movies.
Okay, fair.
I don't think that.
It's 3 to 1. Clanky, it's a...
Is that why you won't watch romance movies with us?
No.
Like at risk of a sex scene?
No.
I was about to say, not all romance films have sex scenes.
Obviously
most
not.
of them don't.
I was saying that listen, this is a joke that has. I said that as a joke, and then I had to explain myself, and now we're continuing to go on with this.
Quick, we need to get off the soapbox.
I didn't get off the soapbox. The soapbox is still on the table.
I'm going to vote for Night is Short, Walk On Girl.
Pity vote, let's go!
Cool.
Is it just so you don't have to choose between the two?
I don't think it's a pity vote. I think, like, listen, having the assurance of it, my vote really doesn't matter, is easier to vote for Night is Short. But I think in general, you guys know me, I like goofy, silly looking things, and think that's why I value Night is Short. Not value it more, but like, I enjoy it more. So that's why I'm voting for it.
Okay. All right.
I still feel defeated somehow.
My soapbox. Sorry.
I thought we put that on the table.
In all seriousness, I ran over something with my chair, but I couldn't remember what to call it, so I was like, yeah.
No.
All right, round 4, or bracket 4, which is Redline, which both Vinny and Christian put up.
Damn fucking
versus
right.
The Boy and The
Yes.
Beast, which is a Taylor pick. Who would like to go first?
This is not me saying that I want to go first, but Vinny, actually, when Redline does come up, is it okay if I start Redline? Just to go over. I have a couple facts and a couple.
Oh, you mean if
tangents.
F-Zero was turned into an animated film? Yes, by all means, go right ahead.
And then after I get through my stuff, you can take over for most of it.
That is absolutely fine. Go right ahead.
Well, I guess since I said that, I guess now...
I think you kind of already
I guess
established
you're going
what's
first.
happening.
I kind of have to go
Yes, you're
first.
going
now.
first.
So,
All right, go.
Redline is directed by Takeshi Koike, I believe is how you pronounce it, who actually directed a bunch of Lupin movies. And this movie was apparently inspired by a game series known as Wipeout. No, not based off of the game show.
No.
It is a racing game series, very similar to F-Zero. In fact, Redline is pretty close to if F-Zero was an anime movie, both in terms
I
of...
define it as if F-Zero met that one JoJo part.
It's a little bit like... It's F-Zero not just in the futuristic racing, but also in the wacky, inane, sort of flamboyant character aspects to it. Because this movie is fucking insanity from start to finish. It's just, you know what? Actually, Vinny, take over. I don't want to go into this, but I want you to do
That was
this bit.
quick.
For me personally, again, I heard of Redline through word of mouth, and what was it? The one thing that drew me into this film was just the animation. I will say that is one of the strongest aspects of this film, aside from it just being balls to the walls and nuts in its concept. Not so much in the fact that it's a racing, it's an animated film about racing, but more or less just where the race takes place.
Oh my god, yeah.
I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Just for how insane it is.
fact
It makes me wish something like that did actually take place in F-Zero, but
Yeah, imagine an F-Zero race, but you're driving through
you're
a fucking
you're playing through an actual world war.
yeah, you're driving through a military sanctioned fucking no man's land, and everyone's shooting at you.
That would be amazing. But no, again, what this film lacks in just it being what it lacks in a fairly original plot, I would say, it more than makes up for in just how insane it is and how the animation really captures that. The biggest tragedy I would say with this film is that it was a critical success but a financial flop, and that saddens so much because oh my god, the amount of effort some scenes must have taken is truly outstanding.
This is gonna be the third time I say this tonight, but this movie's the best looking movie on this bracket.
I will admit, when I saw this movie, I thought it was going to look something like Initial D, which I was not excited for. And then I saw what it actually was. I'm like, oh wow, that's smooth.
The thing about this movie is that I think it is one of the best. It is a piece of visual media that I don't think I've ever experienced anything that pumps your fucking heart as quickly as this does so effectively.
So. Yeah, because I want to say, because I also I didn't put it on my honorable mentions. I did not put it on my honorable mentions. I don't really know why. I think I think I was so certain that Christian was gonna put it that I'm like, nah, I don't have to bother. No, it was the 2021 yearlies. I mentioned I think I was supposed to be a car guy.
Yes.
And yeah, Redline. It's so awesome. Just all the cars are so cool and the engines sound so powerful. They very well captured the feeling of speed in how they animate the cars, especially when they drop nitrous.
Yeah, and they always like try to one-up their nitruses, which makes you the adrenaline pump even more because you don't think they can't get any faster than this, and then they get faster.
Yeah.
Just the way the cars animate once they drop the nitrous in, like, oh my god, like cars should not bend that way, but they do.
Yeah.
I'd like to take a slightly different angle on this movie, but I need you guys to bear with me. Okay.
You could in a new direction.
Sure. So, this is one of the stupidest movies I've ever seen.
It's pretty dumb.
No.
It's dumb and insane.
Sounds like an insult, but this is the only movie on this bracket where its stupidity lends to how much I ended up enjoying it.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
Okay. JP crashes 3 cars in the first hour of this movie. There is an amazing slapstick energy with the dub of this movie. It like you punch people when you talk. The way they introduce characters, like when JP and Satoshi are at the diner and like this fucking crustacean comes in, it's like, it's me, the crustacean cyborg. Can I eat your worm?
That crustacean is voiced by Lupin the Third.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I love that. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It drives the line between stupid and funny. That's just like, and it's just high enough. It's just above the line to make it all work. All the cursing in the movie is directed in a way that just makes it funny. And like okay, there's a meta story with like, yeah, we're racing on like a place that we shouldn't be. So there's this meta story with Robo World. It's like, you fucking kids in your race cars, we're gonna stop you. And then fucking like it American Pies it, where like, or not American Pie, like Wet Hot American Summers it, where it's like,
okay. I was gonna be like, where are you going with this?
It's just a series of errors where like the villains are like stupid idiots who can't get anything done and they fail miserably. It's I don't know, man. There's
like one of their most powerful soldiers is only in top fighting state when he's crying.
Yeah, I love that guy. I love him so much. Actually, if I can hop off something Taylor said, this is probably the last thing I want to bring up before I'll be satisfied.
Yes, and after this, we need to go into the other movie.
This movie is dumb, and I agree with Taylor that it's dumbness.
Oh yeah, the first thing I said to Christian was, "Hey Christian, if I say that this movie is so dumb, but I also love it, is that acceptable?"
Yeah, and the thing is, I also agree that its dumbness further bolsters the movie. I think this movie's sort of simpleton nature enhances the primal emotional feeling you get from a lot of the character interactions, and it sort of like distills this energy and a hype into your body, not just from the racing, but because of you are rooting for a lot of these main characters and thinking, oh, this guy's so cool, Roboland nerds are so funny, oh, the crying skeleton,
Lynchman and Johnny Boya.
And I have a note here that just says Funky Boy, and I'm like, I can just say that.
Yeah.
Like, you're just gonna find out what that means. It's incredible.
Yeah. I was gonna explain what it means, but now I'm gonna let Clanky figure it out on his own.
So just get excited for that. This movie's fucking great.
I do want to say, because it's safe to say that we've heaped a lot of praise onto this film. I will say, in my opinion, the one thing that I find the one thing I find that doesn't really work as well is the love interest.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Exactly. The fact that you don't know what I'm talking about just proves how pointless it is.
Listen, Satoshi McLaren is a perfect name for a perfect character.
Alright.
I don't think.
Can we segue to the other movie?
Well, anyways, the reason I dipped more into Redline is because I didn't have as much to say about The Boy and the Beast, because I put this on because when I first watched it, I fell in love with it, and then I rewatched it, and I still really, really like it. Although my relationship with it is very different, because it is a masterclass of enjoyable ride. Without having the one hook thing that gets me going. But that's getting ahead of myself. So real quick, boy finds the world of beasts and is raised by a beast, hence the boy and his beast. The relationship that he forms with the beast is not one formed inherently on trust, but instead stems from stubbornness and anger. and how he lets his anger from his real father foster the relationship between his new father, so to speak. It creates something a lot different than what he's had with other people, and his willingness to hold on to that relationship for the time that he spends with the Beast is, I think, really interesting. And then in the second half of the movie, he goes back to the human world, and so we get to see this character who spent half of his life among humans and another half among beasts that helps establish this divide midway with his environments and the relationships he has now versus the relationships he's had, and how who he was in the past affects him now. And I really like that. I think that his return to the human, who he meets there and how it affects him now, are among the movie's best qualities. I like how he learns to become a warrior through following the footsteps of Kumatetsu, and how he becomes a strong guy. I find that is very Karate Kid in nature, very Mr. Miyagi teaching, and it makes the fights in the movie very enjoyable. The bond that is formed between the two is obviously heartwarming as a result. I think there may be stronger bonds, but there's still a great theme of paternity and fatherhood here that works really well. I think that's how Mick defined it when we were debating what to put up, and Mick was like, "Yeah, I think there's a good theme of fatherhood here." And like, "Yeah, you're right," because I had a difficult time defining this movie, and I think Mick touched on it best. And I think the ending conflict is nice. The villain kind of is not amazing, and kind of feel like it's kind of shoved in right at the end with kind of themes of the darkness that lingers inside humans and a bunch of other stuff that is unexplained with weird personality changes and just unexplainable nonsense. But it's a good time throughout, ultimately. I think you will enjoy it most when you watch it for the first time.
I will point out that this is one of the 3 movies directed by Mamoru Hosada on this bracket, who makes him the most repeated director on this bracket. We will get to the other 2.
Should I go?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, well, guys, I have a little bit of a story to tell, if you don't mind.
No.
So, Redline is a movie that I'm very eager to watch. In fact, I was really looking forward to it because it's a racing movie. One of my favorite game series of all time is Mario Kart. I love fucking like Hanna-Barbera wacky races. I love just racing. I think it's such a fun concept, and like I don't know, there's something I love about like really intense racing, like pod racing esque shit from like Star Wars and stuff like that. So that being said, my plan was to watch Redline today. I was going to go to work and, after I got back, watch Redline and, be excited to talk about it during this bracket. But unfortunately, that didn't happen because I got in a car crash. And it really just made me not want to watch this movie, which sucks.
I don't think there's a single movie out of the 16 here that would have been worse to watch today.
Yeah. So, like, it's whatever at the end of the day. It happens,
You're like JP.
Yeah, exactly. So, in solidarity with him, I'm going to vote for Redline because this is a movie that I really desperately want to watch and probably will in, like, a week or 2.
Well, you're like JP, except not really, because in the sense that you don't have a manager blowing up your car.
That's true.
More like
I gotta count,
dandy.
I got to count my blessings while I can, I suppose.
Yeah. Unless it was playing.
All right.
Sympathy, Clanky.
Little do you know.
Taylor.
Final detonation.
This was not the timeline that I expected to be in. I was not supposed to want to vote for Redline over The Boy and the Beast. I don't know how we got here, but there is a mob boss who gets his gums cleaned while pressed down by a pair of tits, and that's one of the more subtle aspects of this movie.
That's something you liked?
There's my soapbox.
It's not a matter of like or dislike. It's a matter of I can describe that and that can be true.
So many hot people in this movie.
Okay.
It's great.
There's just Redline really caught me off guard. And I love The Boy and the Beast, but I feel like I can describe Redline in such more vivid detail that almost gives it just a stronger lasting impression, which is just so weird to me.
You can kind of tell the people that were animating that film had like a bottomless checkbook for a budget, and then once the publishers or producers found out how much it actually cost, they were like, okay, no, you gotta stop.
Calm down. Yeah. All right.
We're over budget.
Yeah. Christian.
Fun fact, I forgot to watch The Boy and the Beast. Not that I ran out of time or prioritized other movies. I forgot.
You had a year!
I was rewatching one of my last picks today, and I went to use the bathroom, and I was like, I didn't watch The Boy and the Beast. Whoops. But I did watch this movie like several years ago, and I know it's good. It's by this amazing fucking director. I know this movie's good. But Redline was my number one pick. And I do want to point out one last thing about Redline. Fucking amazing English dub. JP is voiced by Dio Brando.
Patrick Swayze.
Oh, let's go.
Frisbee, who is JP's like one of JP's sort of like associates and like
mechanic manager.
Yeah.
Mechanic/manager.
Voiced by Liam O'Brien, so Akihiko or Grimoire Vice.
Wow.
There's a character who looks like a spider, and he's voiced by the third Hokage. I already brought up how Lupin the third plays a fish.
Sanashi is voiced by Michelle Ruff, who plays what's her name?
Fujiko.
And,
I think she plays Yukari in Persona 3.
And Kawakami as well in Persona 5. And I'm sure Yuri Lowenthal's in here somewhere. This Redline is Redline's fucking awesome. It's hype as hell. It is one of the most fun times you could possibly have with the visual media. I'm voting for it.
Right. Vinny.
Redline.
And Mick?
I mean, we didn't even get a chance to talk about the amazing soundtrack that Redline has.
Yes.
And yeah, so like, there's so much to talk about this movie. It's Speed Racer on fucking crack. So I'm voting for Redline.
To be fair, Speed Racer on crack is just the Wachowski's Speed Racer movie.
Yeah, no, it's that Speed Racer on crack.
Speed Racer on crack
God, I
makes
don't
the
even
dub
like
sound
that.
coherent.
It's crack on crack. Can you believe me?
Jordan, no, that movie's peak.
Yeah, this next one. We have Paprika, which is a Vinny pick.
Yeah.
Versus Vampire Hunter D, Bloodlust, which is a mixed selection. Who would like to go first?
I don't want to go first. I just want to say it's great that Salt and Pepper's daughter finally got to be in a movie.
I don't want to start. I don't want to start.
Taylor, 10 out of 10. Mick is going to start then, starting now.
So Vampire Hunter D, Bloodlust is a movie based on the. I was gonna say manga. It's not a manga. It's a novel actually, called Vampire Hunter D. It's written by Hideyuki Kikuchi, I think his name is. Anyway, and it's illustrated by Yoshitaka Amano, best known for doing the concept artwork for. Yeah, exactly. He's also done a number of other things. But anyway, point being, Vampire Hunter D is about a vampire hunter named D. No, his name is literally D, just the letter D. And the story takes place in sort of a super, like, 10,000 years in the future on Earth after there's a nuclear war and vampires took over the world, and they have, like, mutants and, like dark magic creations and shit. But then the vampires begin to, like, the whole vampire civilization begins to die off, and humans begin to reassert themselves, and then begins vampire hunters who are hunting down, vampires and whatnot. Anyway, one of these vampire hunters is the titular D. He himself is a Dhampir, his mother was a human, his father was a vampire, and so he has some of the advantages of being a vampire and some of the advantages of being a human. Yeah.
He's like Alucard.
Yeah, exactly. Dhampirs are very common in vampire stuff. So he doesn't die when he goes in the sun, but he does suffer from sun sickness, which means he occasionally has to bury himself to get out of the sun. Anyway, he also has a homunculus that lives in his hand. The character's name is Left Hand, by the way.
It's so descriptive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the premise of Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust is that D is hired by a sort of a wealthy human who find his daughter Charlotte, who's been abducted by a vampire noble named Baron Meyerling. And along with D, there's also another group of vampire hunters named the Marcus Brothers, composed of the leader Borgoff, the sort of big, heavy bruiser guy Nolt, the bedridden Grove, who can inject drugs into himself and astral project.
Oh, yeah.
The Layla, a girl who has the only female member of the Marcus Brothers who has like this anti-material gun. And also a motorcycle with a rocket launcher on it. And finally, the Blade Master named Kyle.
Yes! I fucking love that.
Will he return your
What
call?
the fuck is up, Kyle?
There's the guy. He's just named Kyle. It's like...
Yeah, like every other character is like either has like a super funny fantasy name like D, Borgoff, Nolt, Grove. Or they have like a sort of an more ancient sort of, or like an older style Victorian Gothic kind of name like Charlotte or Layla, or Caroline. But then there's just fucking Kyle.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah. So the film is it's in some ways, it's kind of an excuse to watch action sequences,
yes.
But it's also not totally bereft of good characters and an interesting plot line.
Yeah.
That said, I mean, the action sequences, like the set pieces, are 100% why you're here.
Mick, if I may hop in for a brief moment, this is the most metal movie on this entire bracket.
Oh yeah,
Holy
absolutely.
Shit.
This movie was hard as fuck.
Yes, honestly. The villain here is done, I think, very well in this movie, I will say.
Well, there's sort of two villains, because there's Meyer Link, and then there's Countess Carmilla Bathory.
I like Meyer Link a lot. I think he was done very well in this movie.
Yeah. He's an interesting antagonist. I don't know if I'd necessarily call him a villain.
Semantics. I hate semantics.
Hate semantics.
But yeah,
he does kill a lot of people. So, like, the film tries to redeem him. I don't think it does a very good job of that, but,
Yeah, I think that this movie definitely surprised me with how much, like, I enjoyed, like, Meyer Link's plight, through this movie and everything. And, like, instead of just being like he's the villain, so you gotta kill him because he's the villain, there's, like, depth there. And I really appreciated that.
Yeah, no, I mean, this movie it's intense. It's got a lot of, it looks amazing. And it makes me somewhat interested in the Vampire Hunter D actual, like, anime saga, and I think that's really cool that it's able to pull that off.
Like, there is no, like, anime for Vampire Hunter D.
Makes it easier for me.
I mean, I would hope not, because otherwise that's two things that Mick got away with putting on the bracket.
No, there was the 85 anime. So this is the other thing. The Bloodlust looks beautiful, and they did their best to mirror Yoshitaka Amano's art style, which is difficult as fuck to do in an anime.
Especially when a lot of his faces look very much the same.
Yeah, but I'm just talking, it's a very detailed style, kind of like the later JoJo styles, where it's like, this is not an easy adaptation to do.
No.
The 1985 film does not ape the style. Apparently they are planning on doing an animated series, and I can't believe I'm saying this. Luckily, COVID has prevented it, because it was supposed to be a CGI animated series.
Oh, no. One of the few things I'm thankful for with COVID.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. One last thing I'll just mention is that I have not seen I have not seen the English dub for this. However, I happen to know that Left Hand in the dub is played by Mike McShane.
Oh my god!
Yeah, exactly. This is for Jordan and no one else.
I love that.
He shows up in a lot of dubs. He was in the dub for Princess Mononoke as well. He's
really?
versatile.
Yeah.
10 English voice actors, but they're all so good. That's why there's 10 of them.
Yeah. Incidentally, the reason I mentioned him is the reason I said for Jordan is because he's a semi-regular on the British Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Yeah, he was excellent.
He's also FDR in Seinfeld.
Yeah, and he was Friar Tuck in the Kevin Costner Robin Hood movie.
Oh, Prince of Thieves?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Anyway, the other movie in this bracket, we should probably talk about that.
Yeah.
This one good.
Favorites. So a little bit of history before I delve into the movie proper. Firstly, though, who has seen it and who hasn't, so I can just avoid spoilers.
I've seen it.
I've seen it. I would like to talk about this film a little bit too. When you get the, if you don't mind.
I haven't seen it. I didn't watch it.
Nah, same.
Have you guys seen Inception?
We've seen it.
Yes.
So I did show Christian and Taylor this because after seeing two films, like
That was a dream.
Well, after seeing a film Christian recommended to me, and as well as one Taylor recommended to me, I felt it fitting that I showed them one of my personal favorite films, and this is without a doubt my favorite that Satoshi Kon has ever really produced, next to Perfect Blue, which we'll also be getting to. Pretty much, this film, it's basically, like Mick said, it's basically Inception, where it's focused on this machine called the DC Mini, which allows, what was it? I think they're psychiatrists, I think?
Yeah, the psychiatrists.
Yeah. It allows the psychiatrists to peer into a patient's mind and get to like the bottom of like what's going on with them through their dreams. It's very much focused on like dream theory as well as just seeing how how a person's past can influence their like subconscious, and it allows for a lot of like crazy, bizarre, and really interesting stuff. I feel
That's understandable. Yeah.
Yeah, this movie's
Yeah.
a trip.
Yes, very much so. What I think this movie's strong suit, as well as just Satoshi Kon in general, like what his biggest strength is conveying character through either visual motifs or visual metaphors.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes. There's the because I remember telling this to Taylor and Christian when I first showed them this film. There's this scene where Tokita, who funnily enough in the English dub is voiced by Yuri Lowenthal.
I fucking scream.
It's where they're discussing like the potential dangers of such a machine and how it can lead to a lot of people like dying because of like stuff that they're seeing and how it's really not there. And you get this one shot of him just sitting on the couch and his back is facing towards like the sky and most of his head is like peering into the clouds. And it's meant to like indicate how Tokita, despite this being a very serious situation, his head is still up in the clouds. Like he's not really concerned about what is going on and how much of a potential risk it is.
It's amazing cinematography.
Oh yeah, no. Again, like it speaks to how Satoshi Kon is a fucking genius when it comes to stuff like that. And there's another scene just like it too, where they're describing how, because later on in the story, basically a person's dream goes out of control and everybody has the potential of being like sucked into it, and how Kon conveys this type of idea is when the two main characters are driving to confront the person that's really behind this, and you just see like two raindrops on the windshield converging, and that to me is like again one of my favorite shots in the whole film.
Fucking
There's a lot about there's a lot about this film I really really like. I've seen it both subbed and dubbed, and it's how I found out that the Detective Konakawa is voiced by Paul St. Peter, who is Zemnis in Kingdom Hearts.
Oh,
That voice actor is also in Redline, by the way, but I didn't mention it.
Yeah, exactly.
listen, everyone's in everything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
It's
voice
also,
actors get a lot of work.
Yeah, but in anime, they only ever give the roles to 5 people.
Yeah, he's also Mamo in Lupin the Third: The Mystery of Mamo.
Yeah.
Yep,
Oh,
and
perfect.
that's also how I found out that the titular Paprika is actually voiced by Cindy Robinson, who played Xianghua in the recent Soul Calibur game.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, that's interesting to me.
Okay.
That's more of a fun fact for me than anybody else, but yeah, I love this film.
I think it's great. I think it's a great fact, Vinny. You're so cool.
Thank you. I try.
Yeah.
I'm kind of, because I know how Vinny feels about this movie. Clanky, I want to know how you feel about this movie, because I actually, I saw your, just continue.
Okay, so here's the thing. I love Satoshi Kon. I think his movies are really great, and I think that watching Tokyo Godfathers really solidified that for me. And when I was watching Paprika, I was so into it. I really liked the whole going into dreams aspects. I liked the plot that they set up with the main character. How I guess I don't know if this is a spoiler or not, but can I talk about spoilers just in case?
I think we've all seen it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the whole idea that and again, I'm not really sure if this is a spoiler, but where the titular Paprika is really only exists in the dream world, and she is in the real world she's just kind of this boring office worker, more I guess no nonsense serious, and I really liked that and everything. And then I feel like this movie takes, in my opinion, a really I don't like how the third act turns out. Because even though I really liked the animation and I really liked everything that was setting up, I feel like it felt to me like the whole love thing between the two of them at the end was very shoehorned in, and I think that it kind of took me out of it, unfortunately.
Makes no sense.
Because that's the thing. It makes no sense. It wasn't built up too properly, in my opinion. And I think that it's just, I don't know. I wish I could like this movie more, is what I'm trying to say, because there are so many great things, like you mentioned, that make this movie stellar. But it's just, I guess for me, that ending just really didn't work out. And that's kind of my beef with this movie, even though, again, I still think it's a great movie.
For me,
it does feel a little out of left field.
Yeah, for me, I saw it as a pleasant yet confusing surprise.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that for sure.
She might have. Hey, man, the detective might have gotten her if he didn't plant a kiss on her without her consent.
The detective was doing his own arc. He had his own.
I love
shit
his
going.
arc. I love his arc.
Yeah.
So much.
And did you guys notice that when he's going through the movie theater, you see billboards for Tokyo Godfathers?
Yes,
Yes.
I love that Easter egg.
Great ending too. Great ending. Oh my god. Very, very cool.
All right, yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to add. But although I do agree with Vinny with a lot of the great aspects of Paprika, because and the animation is beautiful, and what they do with the concept of dreams is just Satoshi Kon unleashing his directing prowess, and I really like that.
Incredible. I love that. I do have a lot of interest in watching that one.
There's just enough spice added.
The second Satoshi Kon film to be accidentally ripped off by an American director.
It's true.
Funny.
That's
It's
fantastic.
a theme here. All right, we're going to the vote now. It is now Taylor's turn to go first.
The animated film is made.
So I record every anime-related thing I watch on my anime list. And I watched Vampire Hunter D October 28th, 2016. Here's the deal. I don't believe me. I don't believe that actually happened. I believe that Mick, we talked about the timeline where I became Victoria and I ordered a bunch of pizza for myself. Yeah. I think that's what happened with Vampire Hunter D 8 years ago.
Victoria watched it.
Yeah, that's what I believe. And the thing is, when I saw that I watched it, I was kind of like, all right, good, because I kind of don't want to watch it. And that's just from a perspective of I don't really think that this movie has a lot for me.
That's fair.
I just don't. I'm not into vampires all that much. I'm not into hunters named D. So I didn't really watch.
Market.
Is he just hunting the letter D?
I just didn't think I would have a great time if I sat down and watched this movie. I'm sure that there are plenty of good aspects to it. It's just not what I wanted to do. I saw Paprika. I have problems with Paprika, but I do think that Paprika's flow from an animation perspective has a lot of charm to it, not unlike something that a Ghibli movie could reproduce. And if I establish it from just that perspective and don't touch on my problems with its narrative, then I can easily give it my vote today, right now, in this minute.
Okay.
Let's fucking go.
All right, Christian.
this bracket has taught me one thing and one thing only. I am a Satoshi Kon simp now. I loved all of the Satoshi Kon movies. And I also love how they're structured in this bracket because it's like a descent into madness, right? Because
literally.
because we're starting with Tokyo Godfathers, and now we're at Paprika, and we're just gonna see where we go from there. But
And it's only going to get more crazy.
yeah, I actually really love Paprika, even though I think I only understand like 25% of it. And there's just a lot to like think about with Paprika. I also find dreams really fascinating. I find the visuals are just incredibly stellar and interesting. There's a lot to love about Paprika, and I
feel like you have amazing stress dreams that I would love to watch as a third party, but not experience.
Stress dream. Oh, dream. Oh, I was like, what the hell? Nah, my dreams are very
Not
uninteresting.
dreams.
I just dream about being late for work. I'm voting for Paprika.
Because you've told me about a few of every time you've told me about a dream, it's like I want to be in his head more.
Well, there was that time Mick, where we were living in the same dorm, and I woke up in the middle of the night because I had a dream that I liked Johnny Test.
Oh yeah,
That
was
that's
one
a
of my
problem
dreams.
Paprika
Sorry.
can't solve.
And by the way, it wasn't a dream.
right.
It's just real.
Griffin, no offense.
Okay,
I don't believe
Vinny.
anything your mind is uninteresting. I do not believe.
You've been.
Well, it's obvious. I'll go with Paprika. As much as I like vampires, I like
Okay.
adding a little spice to my life.
All right, Mick.
I'm voting for Vampire Hunter D, even though I like Paprika. The awesome, weird post-apocalyptic gothic stylings of Vampire Hunter D just do a lot for me.
Hells yeah.
And Clanky.
So, Taylor, you said that you were happy you didn't have to rewatch this movie because you didn't seem like it would be something you're into. And I'll say this, I thought the same thing, and I ended up really enjoying it. So I would give it a chance if I were you.
Actually, the other night,
If someone invited me to watch it, I'd give it a chance. But
here's the thing. Actually, the other day, Clanky asked me. He's like, "Hey, do you want to watch Vampire Hunter D tonight?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." And I was like, "All right, I'm gonna get things set up." And then I accidentally watched the entire thing
Yeah, no, that is
while getting
Yeah.
it set up, and I'm like, "Okay, dude, this is gonna be my second time watching it today."
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my
God, legendary moment. But yeah, that being said, I'm actually voting. Well, despite what you might think, I'm voting for Vampire Hunter D, Bloodlust.
Wow.
No way. Oh my goodness.
All right.
well, at least someone else is getting betrayed today. I wasn't betrayed. I was just a process of the times.
Hey, look,
getting
Silent
betrayed?
Voice went around.
The only one betrayed is Makoto Shinkai.
It's okay, Vinny. It's
Yeah.
not going to win the next round.
Yeah,
Well-
it's gonna be hard, but I don't know.
Is there another
Strange
Makoto
way to
Shinkai film on this?
No, only two Makoto Shinkai.
Yeah, Gauche the Cellist.
Suzume was the
Just those
third
two.
one, and that was in the honorable mentions.
No, Gauche the Cellist is a Makoto Shinkai movie.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, it's a Brad
Which-
Bird movie. Yeah, but you were so close.
It was a collab project.
All right,
Well,
play
it's
Hunting
actually
the
People
Tiger.
Bergeron. All right. Next bracket, we have a pretty big one for round 6. It's Akira, which is to me one of the most well-known anime films of all time, which Clanky put up, versus Lupin the Third, the First, which is a Mick pick, and as we already have established, not the craziest Lupin the Third, or is it?
Incidentally,
most
and
of
one
the-
other fact just to establish how crazy Mystery Mamo is, it does the Akira slide even though it came out before Akira.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Stealing Akira's thunder.
Holy crap! Who's going first in this one?
I mean, here's the thing. I wouldn't mind going first, but I really want to go first for Perfect Blue. I'm just not gonna lie. So, Nick, if you want
me to go first then?
if you want to go first, then go first.
Okay, yeah.
All
So,
right.
yeah.
We all
Sorry.
and have we all seen Lupin the Third?
I have not.
No.
All right.
All right. So, Lupin the Third, the First, is the most recent theatrically released cinematic entry in the Lupin the Third series. So it was directed by, and I can say this now, Academy Award-winning director
Yup.
Takashi Yamazaki.
Yup.
Who best known for Godzilla Minus One, which incidentally, one of the actors in Godzilla Minus One directed another film on the bracket.
Oh man.
Michael Arias
Oh my god.
played one of the American servicemen in Godzilla Minus One.
Fucking
Um,
crazy.
So, just a little weird crossover there. But anyway,
Yeah. Lupin the Third is a very long-running Japanese franchise, which I'm a huge fan of. It is based on the old Arsène Lupin novels from France.
Persona 5. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah.
It literally, yeah.
Yeah. What's going on? The main character in this being the character Arsène Lupin's grandson, Lupin the Third, who is a gentleman thief with a bit of a sort of a it's got a bit of a sort of a James Bond kind of energy to it, in the sense of, you know, sort of a globe-trotting ladies' man kind of figure. Along with that, so there's the strength of this franchise has been the fact that it's the same characters over and over again, with the main character being, again, Lupin. His gunman sidekick Daisuke Jigen, who has a hat that almost always covers his eyes. The samurai Goemon Ishikawa the 13th. The femme fatale Fujiko Mine, and finally the Interpol Inspector Zenigata, who has kind of a
I fucking love
Yes, is
Zenigata.
Christian's
He's the
favorite.
best. I love him.
I love Zenigata.
I didn't know that you had so many Zenigata fans here.
Yeah, he's a fun character. He's basically like he's a serial mascot, essentially. He's constantly
he's like-
chasing after Lupin, and we'll never catch him.
Yeah, he's Goro Akechi.
He's like the Fred from Scooby-Doo of this. He's so obsessed with catching Lupin that he doesn't care about anything else.
Yeah.
Like, there would be an event movie where, like, he
Is Lupin
finally
like-
captures Lupin, and it, like, ruins the world.
Can I say there is a movie where Lupin appears to die, and Zenigata goes into a spiraling depression
Oh, man.
because now his life has no more purpose.
It's like Mega Mind.
So it's it's like Inspector Dreyfus in the Big Panther movies, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah. So Lupin the First is a CGI anime, which when you hear that, everyone ducks for cover. But
I didn't even know when I watched it with Mick that that's what it was going to be.
But holy shit, they've done it. It's a good-looking
It's smooth.
CGI anime.
It's good.
Like Taylor said that if it wasn't for the fact that the dub's lip syncing is off because it's hard, it's really hard to lip sync for 3D animation. Taylor could have convinced it. Like you were like, I could have convinced myself this was a DreamWorks movie. Like it's that good. Like, you know, maybe DreamWorks movie from a few years ago, but still, it's gorgeous. It's got such a it's got such a very sort of snappy animated CG style. Anyone else want to jump in?
Lupin's voice, you gotta warm up to it a little bit, but it really does warm up to you.
Well, did you watch the dub or sub?
He watched the dub.
I see. I watched it sub.
Okay.
I watched it dubbed for 2 seconds, and then I was able to change it, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'm doing this.
Okay. Gotta talk about the jazzy soundtrack of Lupin.
It's one of the best soundtracks on this list.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I really like the Lupin the Third's theme that's interspliced throughout all of it. Lupin's just a fun guy, laid back and goofy for a thief, but he's still got his honor, which I appreciate. Here's what I want to say about this movie. Mick succeeded in one thing. He made me care about Lupin the Third as a franchise. Because I think the characters of Lupin are characters you want to follow the journeys of. Like they're all incredibly well designed. Their dynamics, like Lupin with Fujiko and him with Zenigata. Jigen's just cool. They're all cool. And this movie is good. It's well paced. I like this movie as a Lupin film. As a film, it's okay. It's a little predictable. It's kind of like Uncharted or Indiana Jones, and like from the actual adventure that Lupin gets himself into, I don't really think it's not bad, but it's just kind of like not interesting enough for me.
So it is very formulaic.
Yes.
I mean, it very much does.
It's a stereotypical adventure plot.
it very much does wear its influence on its sleeve. Like at the end, there's 3 trials to get to the treasure. I think who was it that was? We were talking about Last Crusade in the fucking chat earlier.
Yes, we were.
And there's there's a lot of Indiana Jones inspiration, which makes sense because Takashi Yamazaki is a huge Spielberg fan.
Clearly,
Close Encounters was his inspiration to become a filmmaker.
Yeah.
And this movie is still better than Crystal Skull and Dial of Destiny. It's crazy.
Yeah. And Mick, you said that I had talked about comparing this to a DreamWorks movie, which you are correct. And much like a DreamWorks movie, if you're not Lupin or Letitia, you don't get to be a big part of this movie. Oh, and Mick, lest you think that that like I'm just saying this to like soften any blows, I actually, not too long after watching this, I actually did go and watch Lupin Part 4.
Oh, cool. And what? Yeah.
I'll let you know later.
Okay.
I do think this movie does. I mean, look, this movie's funny. It's got that Lupin is a really funny series, and this movie absolutely kills it for me. There's a line near the end that Mick pointed out to me when it happened, and it's delivered by Lupin so well, and I've never gotten it out of my head.
Which one was it?
I'll message it to you, but oh god, it's very charming. Lupin is never not charming, you know.
Yeah. It definitely has succeeded. It will definitely succeed in making you care about the world of Lupin.
Movie to talk about now. There we go.
Get away from me.
May I?
Yes.
Is that far enough?
Akira? So, yeah.
You may.
All right. So I know this is going to sound crazy, but you guys have to hear me out for a second. The reason why I like Akira so much is very similar to the reason why I like a lot of Ghibli films. Now, again, I know that sounds insane, but you just have to hear me out.
I do.
I think what I enjoy most about this movie is the aesthetic and the world and the visuals and all that stuff that's built up in this movie. The setting, in like most Ghibli movies, is usually very peaceful and serene, and I really like that. This movie's kind of gross, and I also love it. I love Akira for that. So this movie takes place about 5 years ago in 2019 when these Japanese scientists in Neo Tokyo, old Tokyo is blown up, by the way, they are trying to artificially create this, they're trying to harness the power of Esper, which is essentially like this, super powerful force that can blow up cities. That's what happened to the old Tokyo. And they find that, a biker member possesses some of this Esper qualities or whatever, and they want to make basically the next nuke using him. So it's about one of the gang members trying to save his friend from this, whole government conspiracy thing. And it's just such a baller watch. We did say that, Vampire Hunter D goes hard as fuck, and I still stand by that it's probably the hardest movie on this bracket, but Akira goes pretty fucking hard too, and you can't deny that. We talked about before the Akira slide, and that's just one of the most, I would argue it's one of the most iconic scenes in film, not even just anime film, you know?
When he jumps on the motorcycle and kicks the guy in the fucking face,
Yeah, dude, it's fucking crazy. It's insane. My point being that this movie is just a lot of fun to watch. And I think it's really intense, and if you can handle the intensities of gore and shit like that, I think it's a movie that's definitely worth your time.
I want to vouch
also, if your internet service provider can handle it.
Yeah, I want to vouch for the intensity of this movie because I'll say this for the 18th time: this is the best looking movie on this bracket. But I also have to say that the finale of this movie has so much fucking detail and grotesque imagery in it that the streaming service that I was watching it on lowered the bitrate when it was in the final act, so it got really pixely. Modern streaming services cannot handle this movie.
Similarly to what I imagine Redline is like, this movie has a lot of moving parts in its machinery and everything. And I really just admire that, that amount of skill that it takes to animate shit like that.
Especially for a film that came out in the late 80s.
Absolutely, yeah.
It still looks really damn good to this day, too, in my opinion. I will say one interesting fact about this movie is that it was based off of a manga that was still ongoing at the time. So, in a way, the manga complements the film in the same way the film complements the manga, because when this film came out, it helped the creator of Akira
decide on an ending.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, no, legit. Like it helped him. It helped him like finish the final parts of it, and I find that really interesting.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
Could you imagine if Game of Thrones worked like that?
Well, yeah, because a big thing with Akira is that it focuses on a lot of shots that feature like destruction, pretty much like buildings, debris, all that stuff, and the manga shows that in exquisite detail as well, to the point that in the manga, New Tokyo blows up at least like 3 times.
It's just the third impact. Fuck.
Yeah, no, like it legit blows up 3 times, and
Yeah.
So it's like JP.
yeah, no, like as morbidly hilarious as that is on the surface, I do think it adds more to the whole meaning of the story. With it just being a message of like, despite how much destruction humanity endures, life still finds a way to carry on.
Yeah.
And I think it also goes a long way of explaining why the ending just feels so abrupt when you watch the film. But yeah, I think Akira is a very beautiful film, both in terms of its animation and its overall meaning. And I think the meaning picks up a lot of slack where the characters are kind of lacking in it, because we don't really know a whole lot about them, in my opinion.
Yeah.
This one's rad. I also love how this bracket has a rule of 3s, because JP crashed his car 3 times, Akira had their city blow up 3 times,
At least
Lupin
3
the third. It's
At least 3 times.
We're about to talk about Tiger Hunt in India being played 3 times.
Akira is badass. I like it a lot.
I mean, it's Akira. You know, it's pretty well heralded.
This movie's
If
great.
we're good to go to the vote.
Tetsuo!
Yeah, sorry.
Akira!
If we're good to go to the vote,
Yeah.
Yeah,
we start with Taylor.
Unfortunately, the only difference between Akira and Vampire Hunter D for me is that I'm sure that I watched Akira. And even then, I'm not really sure. I just know that because Tetsuo and Kaneda shout, I must have been in the room. It's not for me. And Clanky, you know it's not for me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely could have seen that coming.
Yeah. Listen, I don't like horror, and I don't think Akira scared me necessarily, but I also wasn't looking too hard. I liked Lupin the Third, and even though I got my problems, it's established a relationship to a franchise, which almost feels cheated, like it's cheating to be on this bracket. But because the movie itself is just fine, but I think Lupin the Third was always going to beat Akira for me.
Okay. Christian.
Well, allow me to balance the scales then, because the reason why I'm not voting for Lupin the Third the First is because it's not my favorite Lupin movie now. So I'm voting for
I
Akira.
played myself by getting you to watch other movies.
The scales have been balanced. I'm voting for Akira.
Perfect. Vinny.
I'm going to vote for Akira.
I couldn't have gone up against Gauche the Cellist.
Don't you fucking dare.
Motherfucker. Wait, just you fucking wait, motherfucker. Just you wait.
Mick.
Like he's going to come in for the Gauche the Cellist save.
Lupin the Third the First. Which, incidentally,
And
the title
like the
fucking
tie.
sucks.
It does.
Yeah,
I know. Why the fuck is this movie called Akira?
right?
Yeah, I'm voting for Akira.
Wait, you had to think about that?
Okay.
No.
Not
I
to
was
put down
debating if
Lupin.
I was debating if I was gonna do like a bid or not, and I decided
see.
against it.
No.
Because I only bring that up not to put down Lupin, but because I know Akira is like one of your favorite movies ever. So I was like, hold
Yeah.
on a second. You
Yeah.
must have fucking loved Lupin.
Yeah.
It's like, let's
Yeah.
think about that for a minute.
So, round 7 is an interesting one because it's a battle between. No. It's a battle between 2 films that already faced each other in the compromises round when putting together this bracket.
Oh, yeah.
Is
That's
that
kinda
right?
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
It is Wolf Children, which is a Christian pick, versus
I
Gauche
handle
the
this, so I should
Cellist,
know that.
which is a Clanky pick.
Clanky, I would
Okay.
like to hear you talk feverishly.
so yeah. Here's the
Okay.
thing. Gauche the Cellist is a movie for me and nobody else. So
No!
I understand that this movie, like, I know I say this a lot about the entries that I put on the brackets, and, like, I always say, like, oh, this is gonna lose, and then sometimes it does really good. No, I know this one is gonna lose because I know that this movie is just for me. So, you guys thought that I was not going to be able to talk about Ghibli again, but this movie was directed by Isao Takahata, so I found a way to weasel him back onto this bracket.
Never misses.
Yeah. So this movie is about a cellist named, I believe it's Gonzu, and his whole thing is that he's playing Beethoven's Sixth at his local community orchestra, and he's having a really tough time getting the piece together. And then, like, you know, some magical animals come in and help him, like, learn the parts, right? But the reason why I appreciate this movie isn't for, like, you know, the silly plot of a guy just trying to learn how to play, like, this part in, like, an orchestra piece that he's playing. But I don't know how to I hate, this is going to sound so, like, you know, like, uppity and pretentious, so excuse me, but, like, it's hard to explain, like, what it's like practicing as, like, a classical musician and, like, trying to run certain, like, sections and stuff again, and, like, the self-doubt that you have of not being able to do it because it's just too hard. And then when you use a little, like, weird critical thinking instead of just getting mad and trying to play it over and over again, you realize that you can be successful. And I appreciate this movie a lot because I feel like it gets me as a musician, and so that's why I really like this movie. And
I mean, the scene where he gets into a car crash and is both him and the cello are miraculously unharmed.
Oh my god!
Rule of threes.
I was like, I hear these jokes.
Whiplash
And I'm
isn't
like,
even on this bracket.
It's not too soon. Like, what's up with these jokes? I was like,
yeah, well,
Christ.
They're not gonna stop. So what am I to say?
Yeah, and Victoria was driving the car.
Yeah.
I will say,
Damn you, Victoria.
I want to hop off your Gauche the Cell stuff because, like, I actually love your perspective on this and how, like, it deals with the idea of sort of, like, you know, teaching yourself in a way that's constructive. I think Gauche the Cellist would have been a perfect short film to show before a Ghibli movie in a theater.
This movie, I can understand that it drags on for a little too long, but I don't care because I like looking at it.
Yeah.
It's it's a beautiful movie, and I really like how the characters are designed. They have a poster of Beethoven, and he looks fucking ridiculous. I love it.
It's so good. But yeah, no, that's the everything about this movie is actually really good. I just think it could have been shortened, honestly.
I can hear that. I can hear that.
If you go into this movie as a children's book brought to life, then I feel like you can get a good amount out of this.
Agreed. It does have that sort of like almost like this should be illustrated in like a picture book feeling to it.
Yeah,
I guess,
and like Clanky, I'm not devoid of nice things to say. I think the opening to this movie is very Fantasia-like in like the good ways, very harmonious.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I like the Cuckoo and Tanuki songs. My version Americanized the Tanuki to Badger.
That's the thing. This movie is so hard to fucking get a hold of. You really have to dig for this movie.
Piracy,
At least I did.
It's on Dailymotion right now.
Is it? I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I got it off of Dailymotion. I have more to say, but I will save it.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
I guess I'll go into Canine Child.
Can I help, Christian?
I'll start it off, but yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So this is the second of the 3 movies on this bracket, directed by Mamoru Hosada. God, my pronunciation is terrible.
Rule of threes.
The thing about this movie is that this is so many leaps and bounds better than the other 2 movies on this bracket. It's actually almost unfair. It's a premise: this woman fucks a wolfman, and they live together, and they're about to have some wolf children. But
it's furry positive.
The wolf dad dies.
She has sex with the dad in wolf form.
Yeah, exactly. The wolf dad dies though, and so the mom is pissed.
If this fucking movie fucking beats Gauche the Cellist, I'm gonna cry.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand.
No.
And then the mom has to raise the wolf children behind. This is a movie about, basically, in a sense, a mother raising children and what comes with that, as well with this sort of like, these children are half human, half wolf. And there's a lot of like dilemmas that come with that. This movie likes to absolutely play with the idea of, do these kids want to be humans or wolves, or what exactly are they and what do they want to do? And there's a lot of like dissection into that like self-identity theme, which I find to be...
Okay, so this was shown at Anime Club. I do remember it.
Yes,
now.
this was one of those.
Yeah.
And that in itself, I don't know if I can go more into it without spoiling a lot of stuff that happens at the end, but I think the split sort of like this movie has a lot of like acceptance over what people choose to do with their life, because like one of the children really wants to be a wolf, and
The other one really wants to be a child.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, we say that like it's a joke, but that's one of my favorite aspects of the movie is that we have these two children. One is rambunctious and the other is timid, but the rambunctious one becomes the character who wants to embrace her human side, and the passive one is the one who wants to embrace his animal side. And I find that kind of that dynamic, that flip of the script, like go in really good places.
What I like about that, with the human side and the animal side, is that the movie is the final message of the movie is to embrace both sides, because it's what you choose to do with your life. But we use our main character Hana as sort of like a looking glass, because Hana is apprehensive of the wolf side because she's 100% human. She does not have really an understanding of the wolf side, and Hana's development mirrors our own thoughts as the movie continues on. And I find that to be incredibly fascinating and a much more nuanced way to do the follow your dreams kind of message, you know?
Yeah. I think there is actually something I think is kind of interesting about that. Is I'm almost the thing that almost makes me interesting about that is that it's possibly a commentary on what's going on, raising a boy without, like, raising a male child without a father figure in life. Because she has the child who wants to be the wolf, and she's 100% human, so she doesn't know anything about that world.
And that's one of the things, right? Is like, obviously to a much more extreme extent in wolf children, is that she as a mother has to learn, okay, how do I take care of these children who are also wolves? Yeah. And there's a lot of like,
I gotta be honest, you're describing that. I don't feel like that struggle was so in your face in the movie. I didn't really feel like that's exactly what Hana's struggle was. I felt like it was. Did someone say that Hana was like a looking glass through?
That was me.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of more it is. She is a guide for these two children to help them find their paths and kind of carry the cycle of life kind of forward. And from that perspective, I think it works well. I actually feel like sometimes I wonder if Hana's arc could be stronger, because without a doubt, the strongest arc in this movie is Yuki. And it's almost it's just something. Well, no, because I mean, much like Night is Short, I actually feel like we're in another example of one character's arc is just way more interesting than another's. I think Yuki is far more interesting than Ame.
I kind of disagree, because I don't think it's a Yuki. It almost doesn't feel like a Yuki and Ame situation. It feels like a Yuki and Ame with Hana situation. That's kind of what it feels like, because the arc with Ame,
but I think
is about Hana accepting Ame's path in the future.
But if that's what it is, I don't think that was the intention, because I think there's supposed to be this parallel. There's supposed to be parallels that you draw that this mother has to dote on both of them, and I feel like that actually also further reflects kind of. I can't tell if we're not supposed to talk about the ending for this one.
I was holding it back because I know some people here haven't seen it. I really, really like this movie.
Okay, well, I'll try to choose my words carefully here, but I feel as though some of the messages and where this place goes, I'm not entirely sure I get or completely agree with, because they're establishing a lot of independence for these characters at a very young age, as though the job of a mother is done, or that like a wolf as a part of the pack lets the child go at a younger age. I wasn't exactly sure why certain choices had to be made that way right now and then, or what it says about the greater purpose of the movie, which is to say, the movie is fantastic, and I love the child raising of it all. It loses the momentum with me towards the end.
What I will say is I really like how this movie plays with our misunderstanding of completely different animals' behavior, and I find that to be why I end up liking a lot of the messages in this movie. What I will also add on to that is I love how ultra capable Hana is, not just as a mother, but just like as a just absolutely talented individual who is able to completely restore this house in the middle of the fucking nowhere. But she still needs to learn because she has to struggle with getting food for her family and has to actually reach out to other people to help her, and I find that makes Hana's character incredibly inspiring.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Yeah, because she's not like a Mary Sue. She actually has to learn.
No, absolutely not. I never thought that.
Also, this movie looks beautiful. It kind of reminds me of the visual style of Madoka Magica. The animation is fucking stunning.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So it's implied in the movie, or it's factual, it's just outright stated that she had kids with a wolf, right?
Yes.
A werewolf.
So it's like a humanoid
It's
wolf.
a human wolf. A wolf man.
Oh my god.
Wolf.
So it's not
Okay.
weird.
All right. That makes
Furry
that
positive, Clanky. We are furry positive.
I'm
That
not.
just makes me feel so much better because I
Out of
really
all the
thought
pitches, I should have went into more detail.
and I was like, how can you guys like this movie if she
Yeah,
had
and
a real
also-
wolf?
And also, just to put one foot on the soapbox, there is no sex scene in the movie. Basically, they start to take off their clothes, kiss, and fall on the bed, and then they wake up.
Well, I'm so glad we had Mick here to point that out because I was worried.
Out of all the movies that I should have elaborated on the pitch just a little more on, I think this was probably the one. But yeah, no, there's a bunch of other little details I really
Yeah,
like.
you
call
could
me a
quite
little
possibly
moron?
pitch that the worst way possible.
It's really, but you know what? Everything works out in the end, just like in
Honestly-
most of these movies.
Honestly, Mick, some people are disappointed.
One thing I really, there's actually a lot of things I really want to talk about with this movie, but I'll save it for now. The last thing I'll say is that this movie is a Monty Python Holy Grail reference, and I think that's really neat.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Shit.
They talk. One of the teachers talks about the speed of an unladen swallow.
African or
You mean
European?
African swallow or European swallow?
Yep, there we go.
I don't know.
Well,
Gets slimed.
So silly.
it's good that there's multiple people in this group that get that reference, and I think we've got the right group of people then. Okay. Going on to the vote, we start with Taylor.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Gauche Theory. So, my crazy Gauche the Cellist theory is that Gauche the Cellist is having a mental breakdown throughout the course of this movie. You can see this while he suffers the abuse of his teacher and his own insecurity. The animals in this movie don't actually talk. That's why every scene that Gauche has a laugh attack, it's because he's going insane. And at the end of the movie, when he realizes that the animals were helping him get to the music piece that he needed, he's laughing, not because he's felt help, but because he realizes that he's insane. And he has another laugh attack. But that's just a theory, a ghost theory. I vote for Wolf Children.
Jordan, I was gonna
Alright,
say,
that's-
and Jordan, play Tiger Hunt in India.
No,
Play
I
us
was
out.
literally about to say for my vote. Pass me the aux. You better not play tiger hunting in India.
Incidentally, I tried to
Chris.
I tried to listen to Tiger Hunt in India in isolation, and no one's uploaded it anywhere. It's by some obscure
Oh, wow.
Japanese composer
Yeah.
that I cannot find for the life of me anywhere on the internet.
It's my vote, right?
Christian.
For what Gauche the
Yes.
Cellist wants to do, it's damn near perfect. I do like Wolf Children a lot more.
Okay. Vinny.
You know, I kind of get it because wolves are kind of the total package, so I'm going to go with Wolf Children.
The wolf dad in this movie is hot. I'm just gonna say.
He is a unit. He is definitely a
Mick.
I'm voting for Wolf Children.
Do you also think the wolf dad is hot?
No, not at all.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Clanky,
hang on, let me
you tried
clarify.
to get
I mean,
me too.
he's very handsome in dad form, less in wolf form.
No! Oh god!
Mick actively
Clanky.
discriminates against wolves.
I really backpedaled on my furry positive.
I want to apologize to all the Animorphs in the audience.
I don't. Get out.
Don't listen to
Alright,
Mick. He doesn't know what
and
he's talking
Clanky.
about.
He doesn't.
Well, I'm voting for Gauche the Cellist.
Sorry.
Did you not watch Wolf Children?
No, and to be honest, I think if I did watch Wolf Children, I probably wouldn't like it as much as you guys.
No, please.
Hey, you
Were you
just
attacked
said
by a
that to
wolf
me.
as well?
You said that to me about Vampire Hunter D, right? So
Yeah, but like it seems like Wolf Children just seems I don't want to get into it now. We need to move on. But yeah,
Tiger Hunt in
anyway.
India.
Clanky is very racist against her.
Wolves versus tigers.
No.
I am.
Okay.
look, we get it. You don't want to
So
fuck
for the-
wolves, all right? Can you stop making it like your whole identity?
Yeah,
No,
I'm more.
no, I
I'm more
don't
want a
into
bird.
my-
Suddenly
myself.
you're the bird fuck.
For the final round of the initial matchups, we have The Girl Who Leapt Through Time, which is a Taylor pick, versus Perfect Blue, which was put up by both Vinny and Clanky. Who wants to
Woo!
go first?
I would love to go first if that's all right.
Okay. That's all right with me. Your time starts now.
So, I really love Perfect Blue. I want to be totally candid with that because, as I think Mick and Taylor both said that there are movies on here that are like their favorite movies of all time, not just like anime movies.
Mhm.
Perfect Blue is that for me. I think like it's literally my third favorite movie. I love this movie. So, the whole point of Perfect Blue is it's a movie about this pop singer named Mima, and she wants to kind of transition out of being like a pop singer and go into more serious acting, and like the downs and downs and downs that like path takes her. And it's just it's a movie that I really enjoy because it warrants a lot of discussion, right? I feel like you can watch this movie 20 times and still find new things like that you didn't catch the first time. And it's something that I think is really impressive that Satoshi Kon was able to do in his very first film. I watched this movie, I think now like 3 times in total, maybe 4, I think 3. But like every single time I watched it, there was something new I caught, and there was something new that I really enjoyed. And I don't really want to. Has anyone here? Can I get into spoiler territory, or
I haven't seen it.
Go for it.
Okay. Well, Jordan, if you don't
Jordan's
want me to,
room.
I won't. Like I can work around it.
Have you seen Black Swan?
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I think that you get a lot more out of this movie if you don't know what you're getting into, or you don't know exactly what you're getting into the first time you watch it.
Yeah, agreed.
But yeah, so it's just the twists and turns that this movie takes are incredible, and like when you see like where this movie is going, it's just so interesting to see how it got there, because it really plays with like your sense of time. You feel like you really have no idea, like, not to say you don't know what's going on in the movie, but like your sense of time is really thrown off, and it's done really, really well and really good. It's done with purpose, and yeah.
This movie's like the epitome of like the worst drug bender you could possibly imagine. Like,
Yeah.
You know what? Actually, I know Taylor, you're not interested in this. This is a like penultimate episode in a BoJack Horseman season.
Yeah, it's just
Oh,
like
I hate that.
yeah.
The one that's like Akira? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I guess I have a type, you know. It's just like this movie is what it's like to spiral, and like luckily I've never really spiraled this bad in my life, but I can only imagine that this is like truly how chaotic and awful it must really feel. And the fact that the movie itself is able to make me feel that kind of dread just from like watching along to something that someone made is I think that's incredible, and I think that speaks volumes.
If I could say another, I'm sure Vinny, you might want to say things as well, and other people have seen it. There's just one more other thing that really stuck out to me, and that's once again Satoshi Kon managing to make an animated movie with incredible cinematography. Like,
Yes.
a lot of the shots of this movie have stuck in my head since Clanky, you showed it to me, and like,
Yeah.
it's kind of insane actually how well some of the cinematic moments of this movie really just imprint themselves in your brain.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And this is the other film on the bracket, which is clearly inspired / ripped off by an American director.
Yup.
In fact, twice.
Yeah.
Scenes from this are remade in Darren Aronofsky's Requiem for a Dream, and then the premise is very similar to Black Swan.
It makes me really want to watch Black Swan. I'll say that.
Darren Aronofsky
Black Swan
says that there's no connection at all. However,
but bullshit.
Yeah, it's like he says that there's no connection between Black Swan and Perfect Blue, despite the fact that he references Perfect Blue in Requiem for a Dream, which came out 10 years prior.
Oh god, that is another, I guess, Perfect Blue-esque movie, huh?
Yeah. Well, now I know a movie marathon I have to do with something.
No, don't do it.
Yeah.
God.
There's also the TV series.
No.
I know I've been talking a lot, so I'll pass the reins to whoever else wants to take it.
If we're still gonna stay on Perfect Blue, I feel like there was more I wanted to bring up. I guess one last thing I'll mention is, again, after Clanky would showed it to me, I love how you were able to describe to me like 50 different background details that helped further the evolution of the theories that are involved with this movie. Like like there are things in this movie that will change or not change, and it will alter your perception of the order of events in this movie. And it's almost like fucking like a spot the difference kind of shit. And it's like, what the fuck?
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, it's just it's a movie that I say this like as someone who really likes to not rewatch movies as much as possible. Like I rewatch movies occasionally, but like this is a movie that you really need to rewatch in order to get full enjoyment out of, in my opinion.
I would say this is my second favorite Satoshi Kon film. It's also the second one that I watched after Paprika because I keep forgetting that this was the first film he ever did.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, too. God, and like what a like first impression though too. I'm not gonna spoil it because I do agree with Clanky. I think it's better if you go in blind your first viewing, and you're
the color blue is perfect.
Yes, it is. But there's more than just blue in here.
Yeah, there's perfect.
It is crazy. Satoshi Kon made 4 banger films and then fucking died.
Yeah, right. Not to mention
a 100% track record. Like holy shit.
Not to mention he did do a couple short stories as well that are collected in like manga format, I think. But back to this. I will say, rewatching this film, I do pick up. I was able to pick up on like a few more things than I did my initial first viewing. I will say that this film does benefit from rewatching it a couple times, much like Paprika, where I will say like your first viewing you will definitely be confused. Your second viewing, things will start to make sense, and then I think during your third viewing, you'll be like, okay, now I. But yeah, I will say like this film does go places. It's no stranger to making you feel uncomfortable throughout, and it really does expose kind of the more like the intricacies of like having a persona that one takes on, and like both the benefits and the drawbacks to that. And I think that's like a really fascinating idea for like a psycho thriller film. I don't think it's a horror-esque film, but it explores like that that terrifying aspect.
It's certainly disturbing.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's not horror, but it's definitely like disturbing is the perfect word for it.
Exactly. I mean, I would say it's a psychological horror film. It doesn't have any monsters, but
that's I can hear that.
Yeah, I'm just trying not to like spoil anything for anybody.
That's the thing, right? You have to tiptoe when you talk about like things that happen in this movie because like it really is best experienced never not seeing it, or not knowing about it.
You know what? I think we did a damn good job though.
Yeah.
Watch it, Jordan. You're gonna love it. I think. Maybe.
Yeah.
You're gonna
well, if you're comparing it to the works of Aronofsky, I don't know if I'll love it, but
that's the thing. I don't know if you'll love it, but I think you'll appreciate it at the very least.
Yeah, probably.
Incidentally, both Inception and Black Swan came out the year he died.
Oh,
that's rough. That's rough.
Oh,
that's
no. That makes me
sad.
That
is rough.
Moving to the other one in this bracket, The Girl Who Left Through Time.
Something a bit more innocent, please.
Well, yeah. I don't think this should take too long because this is amongst the many things on this bracket. This is a pretty tame movie, all things considered. A very simple premise, very uncomplicated setting. Girl uses time powers for her own personal gain. That's that. The movie's called The Girl Who Left Through Time, and that's what the movie's about. You leap and go back and past. And Makoto uses this to just kind of keep her summer vacation going on. I think it's summer vacation. Wait, no, it's not summer vacation because
Verb, I know what we're gonna do today.
Leaps through time.
All right, maybe I forgot some of the movie. And here, anyways, it's look, the whole movie is actions have consequences and nothing lasts forever. And it uses the time travel motif of like she's using it for her own benefit and she doesn't seek to hurt anyone in the process, but as she slowly realizes the consequences that time traveling has on the people around her, seeing her earnestly work hard to own up for her own mistakes makes her an earnest and easy protagonist to root for as a result. There is a layer of physical comedy to this movie that I absolutely love. Whenever Makoto leaps through time, she ends up in the past tumbling. So what usually happens is she will crash into a wall every time she time travels. And because she has to take such drastic leaps through time, if someone were to see her doing it, they would naturally assume she's going to do something really stupid. So the first time she attempts to leap through time, she's in her room and she's trying to jump out the second floor window. And her sister sees her doing this and infers that because she ate her big sister's pudding, her sister wants to kill herself. And so she goes and she's like, "No, is this because I ate your pudding? I'm sorry. Please don't." And that's funny and that's sweet. There are a couple of other twists to this movie that I honestly think could be a little interred as shoved right in the end to give more depth to other side characters. The other characters in this movie are good. Chiaki's good. Other people whose names I don't remember are good. They find a way to just cleverly use the trademark leaping through time to create just a fun adventure that you're gonna have a good time with, and that's ultimately what it's all about. If anyone has anything else to add, then please go for it.
I do have things to add, but I talked a lot, so everyone else go.
I have something to add. Mm-hmm. It's more of a fun fact than anything. The Girl Who Left Through Time is based on a novel by Yasutaka Tsutsui, who is also who another one of his works was adapted into a film on this bracket, because he also wrote the novel Paprika.
It just keeps going. I love connections like this.
Yeah.
So many cool connections in this one.
Can I say a hot take?
He also wrote a short story collection called Salmonella Men on Planet Porno.
Yes.
Clanky,
Clanky, go ahead and hot take the entry that's going up against Perfect Blue.
Clanky, I have a feeling I'm going to agree with some of your hot take.
Well, here's the thing. I think that this movie, it's funny, it's cute, I like it. I think that if Makoto Shinkai directed it, it would have been 10 times better, and that's my hot.
Never mind.
So your complaint is that it's directed by the wrong person.
Well, no, I just think that like it could have done to be a bit more like fantastical, I guess, you know.
Look, no, it's like I said, it's a very simple movie.
I might actually.
But I think as a result, it's very approachable.
But I think that also goes to like its detriment, in my opinion.
Okay.
The Girl Who Leapt Through Time was another one of those surprises for me, because if you just read the plot synopsis of The Girl Who Leapt Through Time to me, I would not want to watch this movie, like, at all. But I went into this movie with pretty low expectations, and I came out very pleasantly surprised, which I should not have been very surprised, because this is another Mamoru Hosada movie. But, like, I love how funny and, like, charming this movie is, and I don't feel like it falls into a lot of the, like, sort of, like, ridiculous, stupid Makoto Shinkai romance tropes. And that's something I really appreciate, though. It has this really down-to-earth, charming style to it. However, similar to how you feel about Wolf Children, Taylor, I think this movie does absolutely lose its shit in the third act.
I don't necessarily disagree. I do think it winds down a little, but I don't think it outright ruins anything.
Oh, it doesn't ruin the movie, but it's not fantastic in my opinion. It does bring the rating down a bit.
The twist is weird.
I agree.
And the logic doesn't make that much sense, admittedly. But
sure.
Time travel. What are you gonna do? I was still surprised by this movie, and I still think that this director is worthy to stand with Shinkai and Satoshi Kon on this bracket as the big three, I guess you could say.
Cool.
Look forward to seeing how that's reflected in your
He
vote.
was the first non-Studio Ghibli filmmaker to be nominated for an Oscar.
Mirai, yep.
Yeah.
That
I could have
movie is
worded that
not
sentence
great.
better, but you know what I meant.
That movie is...
All right, let's do this.
So, let's start with Taylor.
So Perfect Blue is the only movie on here that I have absolutely no relationship with because I didn't see it in any shape or form. And part of that is because certain people here kind of told me not to watch it.
Yeah, it's not really a Taylor movie.
And listen, there are a lot of red flags. I'm not positive I'd be too traumatized to watch this movie. I mean, I have more tolerance than people give me credit for. It really depends on how these movies end, like what kind of message is it trying to send? Is it despair filled? Is there hope, optimism? Ultimately, if it's a movie that I'm not going to get my first time, that's not great for me because I don't like being confused because that makes me if I'm confused the first time, why would I want to try to figure it out later? That's just me. I know that can be very appealing for some people to find the puzzle pieces of a movie and put them together. I hate that. I don't like when a movie is too vague to understand. And maybe I would get it more than I'm getting it credit for. And maybe the trippiness of it all would be endearing. I just don't think Perfect Blue has a lot in my favor that would really push me. And ultimately, like even if it was something that I could tolerate, I wasn't ready to take that risk right now. And I just wanted to do other things.
Like and time, apparently.
I guess like Leap Through Time. Dude, would you rather Leap Through Time or watch Perfect Blue? I think
Perfect Blue. I would rather watch Perfect Blue.
I'm not saying pick the movie Girl Who Leapt Through Time. I'm saying if you had the... All right,
no, time travel's bullshit.
Fuck time travel.
You're bullshit. I vote for the Girl Who Leapt Through Time. Clanky, I respect that this is one of your favorite things ever.
Oh, it's my vote? Yeah. I don't think I have anything to add here. Perfect Blue.
Okay. Vinny.
Blue's my favorite color. I think it's absolutely perfect.
Yo, so true. Chesty, let's go.
Mick.
Wildly, I wasn't sure how I was gonna go on this, but something Clanky said really solidified my thoughts. Girl Who Leapt Through Time. It's like a Makoto Shinkai film, but good.
Oh damn. Does that mean you're voting for the Girl Who Leapt Through Time?
Yes.
Wow, I'm shocked.
Oh.
Well,
I'm also shocked.
Then it's down to Clanky.
It's a good thing that Perfect Blue is going to win.
Yay!
Saved.
That's okay. I only calculated that maybe Mick would vote for it, so...
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
luckily, it's up against Ghost the Cellist.
Oh, God. Cannot
wait. Why must it always be my entries that you relentlessly bully? You motherfucker, I can't take this anymore.
Are you, Clanky, you're going to play the I'm victimized by mixed hatred?
Marge, WarioWare DIY, do I need to say?
Yes,
it
won!
It won!
Clanky. Do you have seniority? Absolutely. Do you have majority? I don't think so.
Oh, dude.
No.
Yeah, I think Mick has been more mad at me than anyone else here, actually.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We're all going to say that Mick spites our things the most. Like, round
Speaking
9
of things that
is
Mick
just
hates.
Mick's spite the round.
Yeah, speaking of Mick's spite.
Yes.
Yeah,
Weathering with You versus Your Name. Which one does Mick like the least?
So
I already said.
most.
I already said it earlier in the bracket.
Oh, yes. Oh, I remember that. Sorry.
He's not allowed to
that
vote
was
for
like
Weathering
3
for you
hours ago.
with you anyways, so...
Can't keep me off this ballot.
Fuck you, Weathering with You. Fucking almost giving me a UTI. I'm voting for Your Name.
Oh,
yeah.
That's so funny.
This was when your bladder was especially small.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah. Now it's Vinny's turn.
I'm gonna go with Your Name. I don't like urinary tract infections.
Oh my god.
Mick.
Your Name.
Clanky.
Clanky.
And Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, these are just... Listen, it's just objective statistics. Ultimately, Weathering with You was more fun to watch with an audience, for sure. But But even when I saw it, I knew Your Name was the better movie. I had forgotten that I felt that way, and then I looked at my own rankings. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. It's Your Name. I'm not happy that this is where it's going to go because I don't know how much farther Your Name's going to go. But
A tragic Hawaii 5-0.
It just
Minor
got
key.
screwed by the bracketing.
It is really hysterical that this is how it ended up.
yeah.
I'm getting
I mean,
flashbacks to the
you know.
1990 bracket where Final Fantasy gets like killed in Losers Round 2.
And
Damn.
Microsoft
You're
Solitaire.
comparing to this Shinkai movie to Final Fantasy?
For
Night is
1990,
Short,
that
Walk
shit was
On
huge.
Girls.
Yeah, a beloved franchise, a beloved property that I also just I don't really have any.
Yeah, but on
appreciation for.
NES.
There.
Okay, I
Fair.
see your point. Yeah.
That's from Makoto
All right.
Shinkai.
All right.
Again, though, actually, to Christian's
Night is
point,
Short.
in 1990, that was
Night is Short, Walk On Girl versus The Boy and the Beast. We start with Christian again.
I think even if I had remembered to watch The Boy and the Beast, Night is Short, Walk On Girl, I think there are 7 movies here that are amorphous in that I can really, at the end of the day, vote for any one of those 7 to be my absolute favorite. But right now, as of this very moment, Night is Short is number 1. It possibly doesn't mean anything, but it's holding the number 1 for funsies, so I'm voting for Night is Short.
Sorry, I keep laughing because The Boy and the Beast is such a funny movie to be the one that you forget to watch.
I don't understand what happened.
Like Gauche the
I'm
Cellist
so-
is a fucking difficult as fuck to find, and you
Like-
somehow haven't watched it.
Like, before we kill The Boy and the Beast, can someone else say something nice about it, please?
Well, Vinny?
All right, I guess that's too much to ask.
Vinny.
Well, wait a minute. Damn, dude. You didn't give me a second. Jeez.
I didn't know he was going to speak.
Well, I like that there's a beast and there's a boy, so I'll vote for
Oh,
that.
God.
Holy shit, he's done it.
Good. That made putting this on the bracket, that made all of the fucking agonizing I had deciding whether or not to put this on the bracket worth it.
I voted for it, Taylor. You can't say I didn't try.
Come back to me.
Clanky is next.
Definitely Night is Short, Walk On Girl.
And Taylor.
Definitely The Boy, because Beast.
Beast Boy.
Oh, we're back to you, Mick.
Is it tied up?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I might go for The Boy and the Beast.
Wow.
Why?
I don't.
I mean, oh, great.
I don't know.
Oh, what
Look
the
at that.
Here's
fuck?
the thing.
You asked
Night-
why.
I just, no one
Fine.
said
Change
anything
it.
about
I vote for Night is Short, Walk On Girl.
Oh, no.
There, Taylor's
no.
convinced me.
No.
Are
Well,
you sure?
Jordan, I think you know what to
Yeah,
do.
I'm going back. Night is Short, Walk On Girl. Let's go.
Yeah,
Look at
I'm
what you
fine
did,
with that.
Taylor.
I'm sure.
All right.
I don't.
had
I, it had it, but like no one has anything to say about it. So I like.
You don't want to go through this again.
I just,
It would've
yeah, I like you guys are gonna praise Night is Short. Like I don't want to just watch Boy and the Beast go on for you just all to fucking destroy it in 2 minutes.
I mean, look, it doesn't make me feel good that my number 1 pick almost lost in losers round 1, but I'll enjoy my time with it a little longer.
By the way, in any other
All right.
situation, I'd be kicking myself right now. But I genuinely am fine with this.
That's so funny.
Okay. Cool. All right.
It is a good
That'll-
movie.
the
That was
franchises
that was Taylor's version of the when Clanky voted for Sonic and the Secret Ring. So what?
Yes. What? That was so funny. Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust versus Lupin the First. Still starting with Christian.
I'm ready to get hurt.
Both of these movies are really, really cool, but I like Lupin a little more. So I'm voting for Lupin the Third, the First, the Second Esquire of the Boreal Valley Jr.
Oh my god. Vinny.
I like vampires more than numbers, so I'm gonna go with Vampire Hunter D.
Well, he's got a
More than
point there.
Mick.
Come back to me.
Damn it.
Clanky.
Lupin the Third, the First.
Taylor.
The D next to the colon in Vampire Hunter D makes it look like the stat emoji.
I knew someone was gonna do it. I knew someone was gonna do it. It wasn't gonna be
And
me.
I feel like it's subliminally telling me not to vote for it. So I'm gonna vote for Lupin the Third, the First.
Hunter Bloodlust.
And Mick.
Ian Nicole.
Yeah. So you know what? Looking back at my ranking, when making my entries, I put I put Lupin the Third, the first above Vampire Hunter D. So yeah, Bloodlust. The Lupin the Third, the first.
Oh. Yeah, I got you.
Lupin D, the
Alright.
Bloodlust. Holy shit.
Gauche the Cellist versus the girl who leapt through time. Christian.
I'm so sorry, Gauche. I'm voting for the girl who leapt through time.
Oh my god. Vinny.
Call yourself a fan.
Did I?
Now Takahata would be so disappointed. In
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'll go with the girl who leapt through time.
Mick.
The girl who leapt through time.
Oof. Clanky.
Since this is going to be the last time I'll probably literally ever in my life get the chance to say it. One other thing that I really appreciate about Gauche the Cellist is that it's very clear that the music that Gonzo wants to be playing isn't necessarily like traditional classical music like Beethoven. It's
Why are
clearly
you calling him
weird shit.
Gonzo? Is it Pete Gauche?
No, his name in like Gauche is supposed to like mean like it's supposed to mean like that he's not like a proper cellist. That's like what Gauche means, so to speak.
So incidentally, I looked it up. So the movie is based on a short story, and in the short story, he is named Gauche. But they decided to localize his name a little bit more for the movie, and so he's Gonzo. Yeah, in the movie.
Yeah. So his name is Gonzo. It's not Gauche. The thing that I like about this movie is that he's not necessarily into, playing classical music and has to like confront that about himself as he's practicing and stuff, because he's more into the weird classical shit, like the more modern stuff, like the fucking
Tiger Hunt in India.
Yeah.
Let's go, boys.
Which I really like, and I think that this movie really does have a lot of like thought in that sense put into it, and that's why I really like it, and that's why I'm voting for Gauche the Cellist.
And Taylor.
I'm just a little curious. Christian, say this sentence back to me if you can. Gauche the Cellist has some of the best looking art in this movie, on this bracket.
Why do you want me to say that back to you?
I just want to see if you can.
I mean, I can.
Gauche
the Cellist has some of the best looking visuals on this bracket.
Okay.
Now, would that be me being genuine? I don't know. Probably not, because it's going up against fucking Akira or something. But like,
the reason I did that is because he said that about every movie on here, and I'm just curious if he could do it for Gauche, Gonzo.
What would not be a lie is Gauche the Cellist definitely doesn't look bad. That I can say for certain.
Yeah. Clanky, I'll be really. I had a better time with this than I thought I would. Honestly and truly, I'm like, I'm gonna watch this while I eat, so I don't think too hard about like this movie being longer than it needs to be. It's just gonna be this relaxing thing I put on while I eat. I'll listen to the music. I'll give it a fair shake because I've already seen where this thing is ranked on my anime list, and I know it's not like a popular or even like super critically received thing in the world. But like, from a children's book perspective, and even being able to form my own fan theories about it, I had fun. I don't get exactly how old Gauche is supposed to be because he looks kind of like a high school kid, but I don't think he's a high school kid.
He's definitely supposed to be at like a more like late high school, early college level.
Yeah, but then he lives alone and smokes cigarettes, and then all the women in this are dressed like geishas, which I don't entirely get because this movie feels like it's supposed to be a modern period almost. I don't exactly know when this is supposed to take place. It feels a little artistically, cinematically kind of all over the place, but like it's harmless. This is a harmless hour-long film that I think would be best if I didn't watch again.
I should say it probably takes place in like either the 70s or 80s because that's when Michio Mamiya wrote Tiger Hunt in India, so it has to be sometime after that.
Unless it's an alternate universe take.
It's supposed to be like a community orchestra, and that's why there's like a variation in like age in like the actual group and everything.
Yeah. Clanky, I think it's great that you have a movie that is very much your own. I think we all should have those types of things that help us establish our own identity when we talk about it with others. I certainly can't say The Girl Who Left Through Time is my movie. I can't even say that A Silent Voice is my movie. But I am going to vote for The Girl Who Left Through Time.
You weren't deaf and or a bully.
I'm going to vote for The Girl Who Left Through Time.
Yeah. Sorry.
Place that Tiger Hunt in India.
So I got
Tokyo Godfathers versus Tekkonkinkreet. We start with Vinny.
I think I'm gonna go with Tekkonkinkreet.
Okay. Mick.
No surprise here. Tokyo Godfathers.
Yeah. Clanky.
Tokyo Godfathers.
Taylor.
I've given all I wanted to say about Tekkon. The last positive thing I want to say about Tokyo Godfathers is I really like that all three of the main characters are created equally. I don't feel like any one of them is given more or less weight than another. Not to say that you won't find ones that you like more. Anna is actually probably the best one, but I do really like the equality that this trio of characters gets, and
they're equally protagonists. No,
exactly,
no
and we learn an equal amount about each of them, and I think that's tougher to do than most people think. So I'm going to give it to Tokyo Godfathers.
I am back, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's your turn, actually.
I'm the last vote, right? What's the score
Yes.
right now?
It's 3-1 Tokyo.
Oh, then I'll give it to Tekkon.
Yeah. Okay.
Ooh, plays out. Tiger Hunted India.
I haven't said anything yet because I just didn't. I wasn't sure if I should try. I don't get what you guys are doing.
The song
Me
from
either,
Gauche
but I
the
love it.
Cellist.
Incidentally, the thing that's amusing me is I do this little dance every time I say Tiger Hunted India. None of you can see it, but I'm doing this I'm doing like this little like, you know, like the default like dance that you do where you like kind of you have your hands in fists, and you just kind of make circles.
Yeah.
Tiger Hunted India.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah. The song itself is like the song that crazy song that Gauche plays in Gauche Cellist.
This is such a silly bit. Okay. All right.
Let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
And he's gone.
All right. A silent voice versus a red line. We still start with Vinny.
Oh, God. I like both of them for different reasons. I will say, all right, I'm gonna pick them off of which one stuck with me more. If I have to really think about it, the ending to Silent Voice just sticks with me more, so I'm gonna go with that.
Okay. It's one for a silent voice, right? I'm still laughing over some of this.
Yeah, it's like, you're deaf.
Okay. Mick.
I am. Jeez, these are. I mean, this is fucking Animal Crossing Doom Eternal if I've ever seen it.
Yes.
I mean, this is insane.
Battle of Gods.
I think I'm gonna say red line. I think.
Yeah. Okay. Clanky.
Clanky's my only chance.
What? Okay, well, I'm
in
voting
general or in this bracket?
I'm voting for a Silent Voice because I've seen it.
Oh.
And
Well.
I don't think Redline. I don't think
that.
Silent Voice would as
I can't believe that a Clanky
Can't believe
didn't
that
get into a car crash today that a Silent Voice would lose.
Yeah.
Taylor.
Blessing.
I assume you're
in
voting for
many
Silent
different
Voice.
shapes and
I
forms.
mean, listen. These are the crossroads of life. This is the timeline we live in. Okay, Victoria, I vote for a Silent Voice.
And these are the hands we're given. And finally, Christian.
I'm so glad that I'm going last for all of these. It makes everything so much easier. I'm voting for Redline.
Well,
Yeah.
looks like Redline crashed and burned.
Play Tiger Hunting in India.
What's that? Tiger Hunted India.
I assume that Jordan will have a track
And what
play
it
for
is,
these.
what it is, Mick, is that it's that coupled with the gif of the tiger attacking the guy.
It's really funny.
He's
That
really
gif,
mad.
that gif looks how Tiger Hunting in India sounds.
Okay.
Oh, man.
All right. Paprika versus Akira.
Oof.
Starting still.
Fun fact: if you get rid of the P's in Paprika, it's Akira backwards.
Oh God.
Yeah.
He's right.
That's
Did
crazy.
you know that if you
Vinny.
spelled Akira like paprika, it's paprika forwards?
Did you know that I could
All right,
vaporize
Vinny.
you right now?
That's just the theory.
Vinny,
Did
vote
you
before
know that
someone
there's a
gets hurt.
secret boss battle with Professor Oak and Pokemon Red and Blue?
Is there?
Yeah, it's not. It's in the game's code. This is just a genuine fun fact that I just felt like sharing.
Oh wow, that is really fun.
Pog.
I'd like to add some spice to my life, so I'm gonna go with paprika.
Mick.
Tastiest dish.
Paprika.
Ooh.
Clanky.
Akira.
Oh, dang it. So close.
Taylor.
I didn't get to say too many things about Paprika when it first came up, so I'll just mention a couple other things. The Clanky talked about how he didn't really like the ending sequences of this too much, and there are elements of that I agree with, especially with the Tokita and Chiba stuff. Like, that made no sense to me, but the actual ride of the final act, like the dream sequence where they announce it by saying it is 7:63 a.m., that line is way creepier than it has any right to be. Like really kind of sold some of the dream sequence elements to me. Because like, again, when you just get to watch Paprika jump from dream to dream, it is a visually good time, and that helped me enjoy this movie more than I thought I would. I actually almost wasn't going to watch this one. It's by coincidence that we got here, but
You're welcome.
nonetheless, I'll vote for Akira with peas.
And Christian.
Did you know that paprika was originally called Doki Doki Panic in Japan?
Was it?
Oh my god.
I'm so glad I'm going last again. It makes things so easy. I'm voting for Akira.
Well, I think Paprika had one. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's so easy. I would have had to
Yay.
scream through all of these matches if my
Hey,
vote
Jordan.
mattered.
If he humble brags one more time, can you not let him go last for the rest of the bracket?
That's my plan all along.
I'll see
Chief.
what I can do.
Don't you know I'm actually
All right.
5 parallel universes ahead?
Oh, hey, look, a tiger hunt on 6-year-old boy.
Oh no.
I knew you'd get a kick out of that one.
I gotta have to. Kind of legally am obligated.
Yeah. Exactly. It's good stuff.
Right now, this
Wolf
bracket.
Children versus Perfect Blue.
All right, no more tigers, only wolves.
Wolves.
Vinny.
Well, which one do you want to have sex with more?
Oh god. Oh god. The fact that you haven't watched Perfect Blue. Oh my god. That makes it horrible.
No, we were talking specifically about tigers and wolves. Perfect
I
Blue. Nothing to do with this.
Tigers in Perfect Blue?
What? No.
Let's not get into it.
Anyway,
Vinny,
let's just move on.
What do you mean, let's not get into it? What happens
Vinny,
in this-
vote! Vote, Vinny!
Just vote.
What are you trying to hide?
Taylor,
We can't
listen to
talk
us,
it.
please. Vinny, vote.
I'm gonna go with Perfect Blue. Oh god. Two most
Okay.
diametrically opposed films right now.
Diametrically opposed foes.
Mick.
Wolf Children.
But you hate furries.
I love
Yeah,
that
and he
that's the
dies
fucking-
immediately.
that's
All right?
the
No, I'm
fucking
joking.
reason.
Clanky.
Perfect Blue.
Taylor.
Chill, Wolf.
Christian.
Well, this
2-2.
sucks.
Christian.
Haha.
Christian.
You're the tiebreaker here.
All right.
You can't let the furries win.
Why not?
What if I am a
Because
furry, huh? What about that
You know
then?
why not.
What then,
There you
Vinny?
go.
Furries are real people who have their own thoughts and desires. They also just enjoy fucking in animal costumes. That's okay.
That's not all furries. That's just a
it's not.
subsection of furries.
Yeah, no.
Anyway, I'm just gonna vote for Perfect Blue. I think if I had to measure, I think I enjoyed both these movies a lot. If I had to measure the significance of one movie and which one has stuck with me longer, I had to rewatch Wolf Children before this. I didn't have to rewatch Perfect Blue. So, Perfect Blue.
Yeah. But you'd fuck a wolf, right?
Well, you know,
Oh my god.
life's long.
Plays out. Wolf Hunted India.
Nah, it doesn't have to say it. Bring the timer back. Bring the timer back.
Oh,
Get the timer back in here.
We'll come back to
All
that.
right. Tekkonkinkreet versus the girl who leapt through time.
Oh no.
The voting order has shifted. It is now Mick's vote.
And come back to me.
Damn it.
It's not. Clanky.
This is kind of like, I don't know. I feel like even though I haven't seen Tekkonkinkreet, I'd probably like it more than The Girl Who Leapt Through Time. But I feel like I get to vote for The Girl Who Leapt Through Time because I can at least say I like that movie.
Okay. Sailor.
You know,
I don't.
I'm sorry. I thought I'd have more to say. I panicked. I think I was gonna say something about alternate dimensions. I think maybe Nutmeg was involved. And The Girl Who Leapt Through Time is my vote.
Okay. Christian.
Even if Tekkonkinkreet goes out this round, I can at least say that it beat your name, and that's really funny.
Yeah. Don't rub it in.
Oh, I will rub it in so deep it's gonna seep into your pores. I'm voting for Tekkonkinkreet, the movie that beat your name, 3-2, baby. Let's
see, this
go.
is
Plays
why-
out. Tiger Hunted India.
This is why, even though Mick spikes my picks more, Christian is by far the worst person to do the yearly spike.
Let me have my fish, Taylor. It's walking out the door.
The yearlies makes us all so visceral. What's going on?
Seriously.
It's in Tekkon's
brings out
tipping
the
its hat
worst
on the
of it.
way out. They figured I'd get a couple shots in, you know.
Vinny.
You know what? On second thought, I do agree with Taylor. Furries are people. I'm gonna go Wolf Children.
Wolf Children's not
Wait,
here.
no, it's not in this round. It's Tekkonkinkreet and the girl who left through time.
Yeah, so he voted for Wolf Children.
Yes.
Are you saying that furries aren't allowed to vote for Wolf Children when Tekkon is going up against The Girl Who Leapt Through Time?
That does mean
Yes.
it's a vote for the girl who left through time, right? Because it's the same director.
I'm gonna go with Tekkonkinkreet, actually.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I didn't
Thank
know
you.
what your vote meant.
And Mick. Mick, it's tied up.
The Tekkonkinkreet.
You know, I feel a little more
Oh.
bad about rubbing it in now, but
No, you don't. You were doing it on purpose
you keep
because
it
you
bad.
absolutely knew that was going to happen. Because this is what you do every time.
oh, I'm sorry.
It's
My
your-
strategy's
It
so
is your
effective.
it
I
is
don't know
your
what to say.
sports it is your sports ritual. It is your equivalent of it is the Super Bowl, and I'm going to engage in my ritual to get my thing to win.
I
It's
don't
the equivalent
know.
of Wade Boggs eating chicken.
You guys just have to get on my level or something. I don't know. I'm gaming the system or something.
See,
Wait.
right now, even right now, he knows exactly what he's doing. He is the sorest winner.
What do you mean, dude?
I'm not even thinking.
All right.
You think too highly of this strategy.
Redline versus Lupin the Third, the first. Starting with Mick.
Lupin the Third, the first.
Yeah. Clanky.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to vote for Lupin.
Really?
Lupin. Sorry. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
because you didn't. Sorry.
I haven't seen Redline.
Yeah, I forgot about that for a second. Taylor.
I'm gonna go Wolf Children. What? Furries can't vote for Wolf Children over Redline versus Lupin the Third because there are no motorcycles or car crashes or thieves? Get with the times, guys.
Please,
So,
Tiger Hunting in India.
Yeah, I'm right. Listen, guys, I'm riding the red line.
Whoa. Christian.
Well, the main characters both do have good hairstyles, but I am voting for Redline.
And with everything tied up, it's down to Vinny.
See, this is where I draw the line, and it's in red.
I was really hoping you would call it a different color.
This is
Yeah,
where I
purple.
Lupin the Third, the first.
This really is a real The Girl Who Leapt Through Time.
What are we? Some kind of
Featuring
tiger hunt in
Dante
India?
and Kip.
what? That's it. We're some kind of tiger hunting in here.
Guys, we found the bit of the night. We can end the yearlies.
That joke, just in its second wind.
Rapide.
All right, Akira versus Night is Short, Walk On Girl.
Christian, no matter what
Mick.
happens, I want you to know that it's been an honor.
Yeah, no, absolutely. These are, like, I have very little disdain for anything on this bracket, so honor indeed.
I'll vote for Night is Short if you vote for Akira.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Okay, all right. I'm trusting you. I'm
I'll
trusting
trust
you.
you as well. Mm-hmm.
I vote for Night is Short, Walk On Girl.
Clanky.
I am voting for Night is Short, Walk On Girl.
Oh, this is so funny.
Christian,
Taylor.
I'm trusting you with a lot right now. I'm trusting you so much.
I kind of want to see. It's not that I don't know what to vote for. I really am eager to see if Christian betrays Clanky.
Yeah, same. Honestly.
Christian.
I am voting for Akira.
Wow. God bless.
Wow.
I wouldn't have
You,
done that.
you see, Mick? All right.
Vinny?
You can come back
Oh,
to me
wait,
now.
unless Taylor wants to go.
Yeah, no, it's Night is Short, Walk On Girl.
And Vinny.
See, I feel bad for Clanky, so I'm gonna vote for Akira.
You know what? I'm not even
Wow.
going to say that I wish I betrayed you, because at least I get to take the moral high ground. Wait,
Dude,
what do you
imagine
mean
if-
Akira won? Wait,
Imagine if you did.
wait, Jordan, Akira won, right?
No.
No.
Yeah. Wait, no.
No.
I voted for Night is Short.
I
That's
voted
why
for
I'm
Night is
saying,
Short.
It would be
Clanky voted for
hysterical
Night
if
is
you,
Short.
it would be hysterical if you did vote for Night is Short, because then it would have just been like spitting in my face.
Well, now once again, I feel bad for giving a statement at the end. I thought Akira won. Whoops.
Sore winner.
I'm too good at this game.
All right. Wolf Children versus Your Name. Starting again with Mick.
Who do I hate more, furries or Makoto Shinkai? This is a hard decision.
I know the answer.
Yeah, I'm voting for Wolf Children.
Yeah, I figured. Clanky.
Clanky.
Yo, so true.
Good answer. Taylor.
What? A furry has to vote for the furry-related piece of content? A furry can have other interests, guys. I'm voting for Your Name. I'm not a furry, by the way. I'm speaking as though I am the furry.
I was about to say, I'm like,
You could have fooled me.
would you like to share something with, especially
Yeah.
since
I was gonna
you were the
say.
one, especially since you were the one who implied earlier that all furries like to have sex in the costumes.
Yeah, no, I'm just a feminist. That's all.
A feminist. A feminist.
Oh man.
Christian.
I feel a little less bad considering that all of my picks are in losers bracket right now, and now they're all going. If Wolf Children wins, they're all going to go up against each other. I will vote for Wolf Children because as much as I like Christian, I do think Wolf Children has a bit more of a heartfelt feel to it, and I think it doesn't have any fucking Makoto Shinkai songs in it.
All right, Vinny, break the tie.
Let's see. What did I vote for again?
Well, a couple rounds ago, you voted for Wolf Children.
You're right.
What do you mean,
I'm gonna
what
vote for
do you mean,
Your
what did
Name.
you vote for again? That's what we're here to find out.
Yeah, you did vote for Wolf Children, and you didn't vote for Your Name.
I'm gonna vote for Your
But-
Name. Times have changed.
Oh,
Okay.
The winds have changed.
Versus Tekkonkinkreet. We are starting now with Clanky again.
Yeah, Redline.
Okay. Taylor.
So, like, have I looked at porn of anthropomorphic characters? Yes. But that was just out of,
Taylor.
that
We
was
made it.
purely out of curiosity. It wasn't to, like, get aroused. It's just because I wanted to know what all the fuss was about.
Are you voting for
So,
Wolf Children?
Taylor, is the name of the porn in question Tiger Hunt in India?
I don't know. Is that porn? I'm still very unclear about what it
Could
is.
be.
I'm voting for
It's
Redline.
the song he plays to scare the cat.
He also plays
Yeah.
it at the end of the movie as well,
Yeah.
in front of an audience.
It's what he plays as the encore at the end of the concert.
Yeah.
I'm voting for
Encore, Tiger
Redline.
Hunt in India.
Yes, I heard that. Christian.
Skip me, but I don't think it actually matters.
Vinny.
Redline.
It doesn't. Mick.
Redline.
Yeah,
really
Christian.
doesn't.
Well, yeah, Tekkon, you get one from me. I'm happy you made it to round 3. That is, you beat your name. So, I'll take it.
Speaking of your name versus Night is Short, Walk On Girl. Clanky.
No, I can't do the bit again. I'm voting for Night is Short.
Wait, really?
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, I really loved this movie. Watched it.
Okay.
Taylor.
I'm voting for Your Name, and I'm kind of looking at the reality that this is where Your Name dies.
Oh yeah, well my name is Night is Short, Walk On Girl.
I don't think my name is gonna
Christian.
die anytime soon. Just the thought, right?
Listen,
It's been around for a while,
listen.
I think. So-
To be fair, you guys have been questioning whether or not I'm someone named Victoria for half the night, so
We
Yeah.
need to come up with names for the rest of the crew too. By the way,
Yeah, and it
Yeah,
can't
and-
simply
and-
be
and-
like.
and they
Like
can't be feminine versions of your existing names because Victoria sounds nothing like Taylor.
Yeah, and,
Yeah.
and besides, the feminine form of Taylor is Taylor.
yeah,
I
Tim
am,
Jordan.
Don't remind
feminine
me.
form of Clanky.
That's what I was gonna say. I don't even know what the fuck to do with you,
Clarice.
Clanky.
Kelly.
Clarice,
Clarice.
Clarice.
Vanessa.
Letitia.
But I said we just established you guys can't pick names like as gender swap versions of your existing names. They have to be completely different.
I know, no, but that's what we were
Like-
saying. It
Like
wouldn't make sense for the rest
Christian's
of them.
female name is Gabrielle.
Okay, I do really. I want to vote for Night is Short, Walk On Girl
Christian.
real quick. So let's do that. I'm gonna vote
Okay.
for Night is Short, Walk On Girl.
All right. Vinny.
Night is Short.
And Mick.
Night is
Well,
Short.
This movie almost died to The Boy and the Beast. If Mick didn't change his vote, it wouldn't have made it.
Thank you,
Now it's
Taylor. You
dominated.
saved me.
Shut the fuck up, Mick.
Oh my goodness.
My lord.
Tiger under the
Tiger of the day.
Guys.
He's
playing it every time.
many of these.
Guys, we're so close.
Every time I'm putting that in the edit.
That's gonna be so
Tokyo
fun.
Godfathers versus A Silent Voice. Oof.
Oof.
Tough
Oh.
on this one. Clanky.
This is a very, very tough vote, and I do this with no pleasure. But I'm voting for Tokyo Godfathers.
Taylor, whatever happens,
Taylor.
I have nothing but respect for your pick.
Thank you. I probably feel the same way, but it's very difficult to admit that genuinely right now. Silent Voice.
Christian.
Skip me.
Vinny.
Why you gotta do this to me?
Sorry,
Silent.
Right?
Oh, good. Silent Voice.
Mick.
Tokyo Godfathers.
Is it tied up?
We're back
Yeah.
to you,
It's
Christian.
all tied up.
Yeah.
I think that I am going to vote for A Silent Voice. Though
Okay.
I did feel a horrible pain in my stomach when I said that.
The first Satoshi Kon film goes down, and immediately Christian.
That could have been the final two. Honestly.
It might still be the final two.
It might be.
Nothing's
It might
over.
still be
All
fun.
these movies are so equally good.
Yeah. All right. Paprika versus Perfect Blue. Battle of the Cones.
All right, Vinny.
Versus Clanky.
It's been quite the honor. I'm voting for Perfect Blue.
That's fine. I don't blame you.
Taylor.
I can only respect you.
So it's like, do I understand the appeal of having sex in a furry costume? No.
Oh my god.
Do I support it? Absolutely, because there are kinks, and we all have our kinks, and we are all entitled to them.
Don't
Just
make me
because
get
our
the
sexual-
soapbox.
Our sexual identity doesn't define who we are as people.
Free speech has gone too far.
I vote for Paprika.
Yay.
Christian.
Perfect Blue.
Vinny.
Oh. Oh
Do it,
man.
Vinny, do it.
Oh,
Listen, Vinny. I don't think you have anything to worry about.
Do it, Vinny.
now I know.
Do it.
Either way I win. So I'm gonna go with Paprika.
I don't actually know what I wanted to vote
Nick,
for.
it's all knotted up.
I'm voting for Paprika.
Oh, wait, I think I wanted Perfect Blue to win. Shit.
Nice. And everything nice.
All right.
Sugar, spice,
Tokyo
and everything nice.
Godfathers.
Diagram in India.
Damn it.
Tokyo Godfathers versus Night is Short, Walk On Girl. The voting order has shifted. It is now Taylor's turn.
Yeah, I got to go Tokyo Godfathers.
Christian.
I really could just say skip me every single round, but I feel like I gotta take my lumps eventually. I'm gonna vote for Night is Short. But I love them both so much.
Vinny.
I'm gonna go Tokyo Godfathers this time.
Nick.
And I'm voting for Tokyo Godfathers.
And Clanky.
Night is Short, Walk On Girl.
We fought valiantly, and it almost lost to The Boy and the Beast, but it had a pretty good run after that.
It beat your name.
No. Tekkonkinkreet beat your name.
That's
As I may
true.
remind everyone right now that Tekkonkinkreet beat your name. I just wanted to bring that up again real quick.
As we keep just rubbing it in Taylor's face.
Perfect.
It's gone. I could do
Perfect
that now.
Blue versus Redline. Starting again with Taylor.
Put on the red line. Put on the red line.
Sting. That means that Christian's next.
This is, by the way, guys, this is red versus blue.
Holy
Yeah, I
shit.
know.
It's red versus red. And well, actually, I didn't skip last round because I want you to skip me this round.
Okay.
All right, Mr. T.
Vinny.
I'm actually gonna go with Perfect Blue this time.
Okay. Mick.
Come back to me.
Clanky.
So you're telling me there's a chance I'm voting for Perfect Blue?
Oof.
So let me vocalize something.
Back to you, Christian.
I had Redline as my #1 pick. I rewatched Redline last night. And there are things about this movie that I realized I think could have been better. I kind of wish this movie was longer. Not because, the movie's already pretty long, but the race starts an hour into the movie. And I don't dislike anything about the race, or before the race, but I wish there was more of the race.
Or the race to the end of the race.
Yeah, I wish that they just added more to the end of the movie, to be honest with you. Not the ending of this movie is perfect, but I want more of the final act.
That is something I noticed when the first time I watched it, where it was like, there isn't as much race in this as you might have expected going in.
Yeah, which is fine because this movie is only tangentially about racing. It's about love, goddammit. But
It's about love, not racing.
I love racing. It's both. But that's my thought process right now, and why this is so hard for me. Because even though I undeniably, at a point, loved Redline more than Perfect Blue, since I rewatched it last night, I don't actually know. At the end of the day,
It's not about objectivity. It's just a matter of what you like more.
Yeah, I know.
At the end of the day,
to be fair, Mick, I don't think you voted for Perfect Blue once, right?
I guess I didn't.
I'm ready to vote. Clanky, at the end of the day, I love Perfect Blue. Thank you so much for showing it to me. I hope Mick votes for it, but I remember and have had more things about Redline stick in my mind more, and have had a more, it's ever so slightly stronger emotional connection to Redline. I have to vote for it. I'm so sorry.
No, it's all right.
And
that means, once again, Mick.
I think I have to vote for Redline because like Taylor said, at the end of the day, it's about what I like more and not about what I think is objectively better.
Although I thought about that, and then also when you were talking about voting for a silent voice, you were like, I think I'd like this movie more, but I think I'd get more out of a silent voice.
I didn't say what
just so I like. Just so I don't come across as a hypocrite.
No, I know that. But what I said before was very specifically, not that I would like A Night is Short, Walk On Girl more, but rather that I think it would be more fun. I would enjoy watching it more, and that's just kind of liking a movie and enjoying movies.
Expectations
different things. Yeah.
Wow. Can I just say that you guys have created a final four of one movie that I adore and 3 movies that now I want to watch.
This bracket is the upper echelon. There's a reason why this bracket took a year to make. Every movie on this bracket, yes, including Gauche the Cellist, is worthy of being here. You know,
I mean,
like
listen,
the fact
Gauche the Cellist is the source for one of our best bits yet.
And the
And the Boy and the Beast is also here.
The fact that movies like Your Name and Perfect Blue were so close to making it the top 4 but didn't quite make it shows how competitive and how fucking insane the quality of the movies on this bracket are, because any of these could have been number 1, you know?
If Mick liked Makoto Shinkai, this timeline might be different.
Too bad it lost to Tekkonkinkreet.
Yeah. But I like all 4 of these.
Why
You guys
do
have really
why do
built
you
up.
gotta, why do you
the 3 I
gotta,
have.
like what do you gain out of this very specific thing? Like, first of all, Your Name was not. Your Name was Clanky. First of all,
Tekkonkinkreet and Your Name got the same ranking. As such, it's meaningless.
Tiger in India.
Tiger Hunter in India.
All right, let's get to the losers. Final 2: Tokyo Godfathers versus Redline. Starting still with Taylor.
if my significant other wanted to have sex while dressed up as
Oh my
furries,
god!
would I say yes? I mean, you try anything once.
Okay, we should get to the
But
final
would it
soon, I think.
would it become part of my identity? I don't think I could say for sure.
How about you try voting for Tokyo Godfathers before Redline? over Redline first. That's something you could try first.
Listen, babe, it's called for, right? Wolf
the truth
shot.
is,
God.
Jordan, put up a wolf job.
Wolf shot.
When it comes to this section of the year.
Will.
The truth is, this one's actually really hard. This might have to be my first comeback to me of the night.
Okay, and that's fine. Let me just do the one thing that you just asked me to do, actually. Okay.
No.
We are going on to Christian.
Sorry, you should censor that.
It is censored.
You know
It's
what?
not
You fucking got me, I guess.
Well, yeah, it is.
But whatchamacallit, in honor of Perfect Blue, I want to make sure Perfect Blue only loses to the movie that gets first place, so I'm voting for Redline.
Okay.
I thought you were going to vote for the movie because of the same director.
I guess
Don't toy with my emotions like that.
I guess either could work.
Okay.
I'm gonna go for Redline.
Mick.
Tokyo Godfathers.
Clanky.
Tokyo Godfathers.
Back to you,
And
Taylor.
it is down to Taylor.
Fuck. I have to think really hard about what my experience watching Redline was truly, because I can look back at my notes to define what the experience felt like the most, but does it match the things up? Because like I said, this movie's a ton of fun. It's also really stupid. I'm sorry. I know that this is very important to both of you who have it here.
No, both these movies are great. You pick whatever you want.
Christian said something interesting when Perfect Blue went up against Redline, where he rewatched Redline, and there are elements of it that did not hold up as well, which has me thinking like, I rewatched Tokyo Godfathers, and I would say I had about an equally good time. And I'm asking myself, if I rewatch Redline, which I will eventually do, will I have an equal, better, or worse time? I think that's ultimately what's going to decide it.
If I can make one vouch, I rewatched Redline and I was like, I'm going to do some work in the background while I'm rewatching Redline, because I saw this movie somewhat recently. I didn't get any work done. I was too glued to the fucking screen. Even on a rewatch, Redline is still fucking amazing. And when your biggest criticism of a movie is that you want more of it, like, is that really that bad of a criticism?
Because you know what? I love Redline. So this is not me attacking Redline. This is just me trying to stick up for Tokyo Godfathers.
Do what you gotta do.
Again, because like you said, Redline is stupid. And I love Redline. But it is, at the end of the day, it is kind of stupid. But Tokyo Godfathers just has so much heart to it.
Okay. All right, I've decided, and here is what I thought about. My favorite part of any story are characters. I like character building. I like learning about characters. I like watching them go through arcs and grow. I think that one of Redline's weakest parts is that JP and Sanashi are good characters. I don't think they're narratively super in-depth, engaging characters. Even though I didn't like Jin at the beginning, Jin and Mizuki, right? Miyuki. And Hana doesn't have to do as much growing, but she grows just the same. They all arc in this movie. And I want my vote to represent character arcs. So right now I'm going to vote for Tokyo Godfathers. It could there's a lot of love for Redline. If we're going by art, Redline wins easily. But Tokyo Godfathers, I think, makes sense to me.
Well, fourth place ain't bad.
Not at all. All right. A Silent Voice versus Paprika. Still starting with Taylor, unless he...
this isn't... Well, no, it's not difficult.
Vote for Paprika. If Taylor votes for Paprika.
I enjoyed Paprika. It was a movie that I was initially not going to watch. Visually fun ride. If I watch this from a perspective of trying to understand what is actually happening in this movie, then it rivals Tekkon in terms of confusion. And that's not my thing. And again, it's another example of you'd probably get more out of a rewatch. A Silent Voice broke me in the best way possible right away. And I have rewatched this movie, I think, 5 times, and it does not ever degrade. It really only gets better. It is that kind of movie that I just find more things to appreciate it about every time. I don't think there is a single part of A Silent Voice that shouldn't be there. I feel like every element of A Silent Voice is used correctly, powerfully, and invokes just the correct emotional response within you to tell just such a powerful movie. And I'm proud to be able to vote for it.
Fantastic. Christian.
I want Tokyo Godfathers back. I'm voting for A Silent Voice.
Vinny.
I say nuts to that. Add a little bit of spice to your life.
I love how Vinny. I mean, like every time Pepper. I'm looking at a little spice to this. A little spice.
Mick.
Am I the last one?
No.
No, it's only 2 to 1.
Come back to me then.
Clanky.
Silent Voice.
Well, now we're back to you.
Okay, is it tied up?
No, I think A Silent Voice won.
No, it's 3 to 1. Silent
Okay.
Voice.
You know what? A little spice in your life. Tiger under India. Let's go.
A little spice. A little spice.
All right.
Democracy dies.
Paprika versus Tokyo Godfathers.
Said democracy dies. Tiger under India.
We replaced democracy with
Mick, it's the
tigers.
way you say it. It's the way you say that cracks me up so much.
Alright, when we blast through this round so we have as much time as possible for the final.
After this is done, I'm gonna turn on my camera so you can see the little dance I'm doing.
Let's blast through this one.
All right. Okay, it is Christian, your turn.
I say blast through unless you don't know what to vote for, in which case take your time. But I know as much as I love both these movies and as much as I am a Satoshi Kon simp, I am going to vote for Tokyo Godfathers.
Both Satoshi
Vinny.
Kon. You know, Blossom was technically a Spice Girl, if you think about it. So we'll go with Paprika.
Nick.
I mean, it's one of my favorite movies of all time, Tokyo Godfathers.
Clanky.
Tokyo Godfathers.
Damn it.
And Taylor.
Something about furries. Tokyo Godfathers.
All right, well, third place.
4 to 1.
Tiger under
So
India.
our final 2, and this is actually a really friggin' awesome final 2, even if these 2... Oh yeah, this is the matchup where I said this could be the final 2, and now it is the final 2.
Literally,
A Silent
literally
Voice.
final two.
Voices versus Tokyo Godfathers, and yeah, I'd be fine with either of these winning, but there's only room for one, and we start with Christian.
Taylor, no matter what happens.
We're friends.
Yep.
Some of you may have noticed that
Taylor
on 23, I had a really hard time picking what I was going to vote, and I have been mulling it over ever since that point, and I know what I want to vote for even less, so skip me once more. for the final time.
Okay. Vinny.
Silent voice.
Mick.
Tokyo Godfathers.
Clanky.
Tokyo Godfathers.
Taylor.
Silent voice.
It all depends on Christian now.
Well, it is
Christian,
either...
the fate of this bracket
I'm actually
comes down to you.
really happy with this because this is Taylor's favorite movie versus Mick's favorite movie. At the end of the day, the dramatic sense is maintained.
Taylor, how does it feel to have our fates?
I hate it. I hate it so fucking much, Nick. I absolutely want to just quit right now.
I know, dude. I feel the same way.
Can we just stop here? Can we just stop? No, can we like end the bracket and like not let him vote?
Just end the bracket.
What do I fucking
Because if he pulls an Uno reverse, I'm gonna just feel very betrayed.
It's a fucking yearlies. Grow up.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that? I can't believe Tekkon beat your name. Guys, did you see that Tekkon beat your name? Man, when Tekkon beat your name, wasn't that amazing,
It was
guys?
a pretty good moment, I'm not gonna lie. But, no.
Taylor, maybe this isn't the opportunity. Maybe this isn't the situation
I don't
to
know.
burn
I
all
mean,
your good karma.
Yeah, I don't know, man. No. In all seriousness, I am just weighing everything right now. And it's hard. It's so hard. But I have to make a decision because we're coming up on time. So, at the end of the day, even though both of these movies are fucking masterpieces, I am going to go with the movie that got the stronger emotional reaction from me. And that is A Silent Voice.
Fuck yeah.
I cannot believe, and I know that the wound is still fresh, but I genuinely, truly cannot believe in a world dictated by random choice and chaos that Clanky getting into a car crash is why A Silent Voice won this bracket.
Yeah, well,
one of the
I
reasons.
had a habit.
I just...
Yeah, because if Silent Voice went up against Redline, this might have been a different story, admittedly. But if Silent Voice went up against, well, I mean, it's a couple things, I guess. But in this particular sense, A Silent Voice, I'd say, deserves the win for sure. And
This means a movie I've seen won this one. Way to go.
Do you remember
India.
at the beginning when you remember at the beginning of this bracket when I said that I never get my way in the Filmlies?
Yeah, no, you can no longer say that.
No,
anymore.
here's the thing. I still stand by that.
you can no longer stand by that. You're done. You're dusted.
No.
You're over.
That's my thing. This will never happen again.
Yeah, you're gonna ride off. You better ride off of this high. For
Right
the
off into the
20
sunset on a win.
I don't want to ride off the high. Listen, I'm thrilled, but like I'm not going to gloat about it. These final four were pretty. Look, we ended in a pretty good place. I could have been. Listen, Tokyo Godfathers is great, and like, have Mick and I ever like gone head to head in the final?
Yeah, I think so.
I'll be honest. Everything from round 3 onwards is
Blur.
again deserving of victory. It really just like it kind of was bracket placement in some way as well that ended up affecting things.
Incredible. Yeah.
But that's the case often, you know. That's
Yeah, no. Any one of these deserves a win.
This bracket.
Mm-hmm.
This bracket gave me a lot more movies that I know I need to get to now.
Oh yeah,
And
oh my god.
you guys have really sold me on a lot of them. So
Yeah.
Besides, I'm happy. I one of my picks got to like one of my favorite things got to first place. Like it wasn't one of my like, well, maybe I'll put this on. It was like, no, my number one pick got that high.
You also got
And nearly won too. And on a different day could have won.
I really wish Perfect Blue didn't go up against Redline in the semifinals. I really wish that didn't happen.
I really wish Weathering with You didn't go up against
Christian. Ultimately, when you put red versus blue, you get purple.
Yeah.
And that's how Tekkonkinkreet comes back.
And that's how Tekkonkinkreet beat your name in round 1, 3-2.
Someone can end the show. All right, Mick.
Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the anime Filmlies. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Play us out, Jordan. Tiger Hunt in India.
Thank you.